Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to our regularly scheduled board meeting this evening. Thank you all for being here. It's October 19th, and we welcome all the participation at the meeting this evening. I would like to make a quick mention that if anybody needs translation headsets for this evening, you are able to get them in the back corner by the equipment. Poncho, can you raise your hand? Oh, okay. Okay. Just the headsets that we're using, and then they can sit in the audience, and then Lizette will translate through. Or you are not. Now, can somebody else maybe talk about this? Okay. Yeah, it should be routine. So please bear with us because this is our first meeting that we're implementing this. And I know that I will be speaking a little bit slower, and I'd like to encourage my fellow board members to speak a little bit slower as well, because it will take the interpreter some time to go ahead and translate.
And they're doing simultaneous, so you don't have to do chunks, but you do just have to be mindful of the speed at which you're speaking.
Okay, will do. No, thank you so much for this. I should have had you do it more formally, so I apologize. All right, so while everybody gets settled and organized with that, again, I'd like to welcome everybody to this evening's meeting, and I will go ahead and call this meeting to order, and if I could please establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
May I please receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
And I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and notify the audience that we are being streamed via YouTube, so you will be able to go ahead and access the meeting at a later date. And if we could have Jack lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, that would be lovely. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item E, this is where we will begin our student representative, ACT, CSCA comments, and then round out the Board of Education comments and an update from our superintendent. These are just routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and any meetings attended. So I will go ahead and start with you this evening, Jack.
Thank you. All the students seem to be reinvigorated after having last week off for fall break. Carmel Valley High, as part of their ongoing community building programs, had a great way to start off the break with a barbecue celebration. Inter-school community relations are also being fostered within the performing arts departments. The CHS dancers have performances planned in the coming weeks at Carmelo, River, Tularcitos, Captain Cooper, and the middle school. The middle school choir is also going to perform for each of the elementary schools this Friday to kick off Red Ribbon Week. It's great to see the Carmel High and middle school performing artists reaching out to the younger kids, perpetuating and reinvesting the efforts and commitments that the district puts into the arts to promote the continuing interest and involvement in the next generation of performing artists. The public can also see these performances for themselves. The high school fall concert is next Thursday. The middle school concert is November 11th, and the high school dancers will perform on November 17th and 18th. Both Captain Cooper Elementary and River Elementary have their fall festivals coming up. At the high school, our award-winning mock trial team is spending this week in Chicago to compete with teams from around the nation. And as an update, Tularcitos is happy to report that their Bucks for Bobcats fundraiser met its goal with 90% participation, earning every student an extra long recess. And the Cash for Cougars fundraiser was also a success, earning every middle school student an ice cream and a prize raffle. And don't forget about the Carmelo Trikeathon next Friday. The kids will pedal their trikes, scooters, and bikes around the blacktop racetrack, earning their pledges. Join them to cheer on the little ones. It starts at 8 a.m. Throughout the district, kids from preschool to 12th grade are looking forward to Halloween. River and Tularcitos will have parades. The middle school will have a dance. Carmel High is having costume contests. And Carmel Valley High just went today to Earthbound Farms to pick out pumpkins.
Thank you so much. Seabury.
Thanks, Jack. That was a great report out. I really appreciate having the opportunity to hear from all the sites. I had just a few quick things that I wanted to mention. Yes, I hope everyone had a wonderful fall break. It was wonderful to take a little break from the hurry-scurry of life and to just have the opportunity to connect with my family. We got the chance to go camping and we're remote for about 6 days, which was great. So I hope everyone else had the opportunity to just take a little break and refresh yourselves and spend time with your family. I wanted to say thank you for all the people that provided comments on the draft EIR. I know there were quite a few comments, and I look forward to reading through all of those when the revised draft comes out. I think it's great that we have a good interaction with the community and are receiving feedback. And then lastly, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Sandpiper. This last issue was fabulous. It was really fun to read through all the articles, and I just think it's a really well represented, very complete and thorough job, and I really appreciate all the hard work that the staff does to support that, and then of course the students who manage the entire thing. So thanks.
Great, thanks, Seabury. And ACT and CSEA representatives, I'll have you go after we do the board roundtable. Thank you. All right, Carl.
Okay, I don't have a whole lot because we do have the agenda that we do, and I feel it might take some time. I did want to give mention to the passing of John Abels, Coach John Abels. You might have seen that in the Pinecone. And let me tell you, I worked with John at the high school for 8 years. And he had one of the winningest records and more success of just about any coach we have had. And he's in a small group of people. And one of them is Mike Kelly. He is in the Hall of Fame California baseball. He's our varsity baseball coach. George Mozoff, they named the field after him. And he started just about everything at Carmel High. Of course, Bob Walthour, the swimming complex. And Golden Anderson, who's with us here tonight. His football record and legacy is still underway. So anyway, we're going to set up a scholarship at Carmel High School Scholarship Foundation for John Abels in his name, working with Bill Dory and Skip Marquardt to make that happen.
Thank you, Carl. Anne Marie.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you very much to everyone that showed up from the meetings in both Big Sur and Kashawa. It was enlightening to see everyone speaking on behalf of their community, and I liked hearing all of the input from everybody, so that has added to the dynamics of my decisions. I ran into the cross-country coach, Davy, when he was over with the kids running at Polo Corona, and got a chance to meet and greet the team, and it was it's great to see them out in their own environment running around. Palo Corona has been a great addition to their meets. I also wanted to say just a memoriam to Coach Abels. My 5 kids got so much out of his program. He made everybody feel like they were family. Whether you liked him or you hated him, you had to respect him for what he did. I went by Carmel Middle School and surprised Dan Morgan, and thank you very much for putting up with me and showing up. I went by special day classes to see how those were going. SPED classrooms, I got to see math at all the levels because we just adopted a new math program. So that was wonderful to see. And then I got to go by the amphitheater at the Habitat, and it needs work. And I put Dan, it's on the top of my list of everything that I'm going to be looking at. I wanted to read one quickie thing for you from Ralph Waldo Emerson. To laugh often and much, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics, and to endure the betrayal of false friends, to appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition, to know even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. So I want you to know that I'm aiming high here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Tess?
Hi, it's so great to see all of you here tonight. So thank you for representing Kashawa Big Sur. It's really incredible to hear your voice. And as we will learn later, it's critical to us moving forward with our redistricting. So I just appreciate seeing all of you here tonight. Just as we expect our teachers and administrators and staff to get a lot of training, I think it's really important as a board that we continue to take advantage of trainings that are out there. I attended the MCSBA meeting a couple weeks ago, and they have some great trainings at the district level, at the county level. There's an upcoming one on the training on mental health and is supported by the Monterey County Behavioral Health, and it's important for us to know what issues are going on in the county as a whole and what's being done about it. So that is December 5th. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer those. I had a site visit at Carmel Valley High School, and I have to say, Joe Mello, not just because of his name, but he has been an incredible addition at Valley High. He has fit in like a glove out there, and he has some incredible passions and ideas moving that school even further. Had a great visit with Brenda Buren, and I just love all the things that Valley High is doing. They really are a well-oiled machine. Also, I wanted to mention I went to Roger Dahl's funeral with Carl, and he's a longtime educator in this community, and he recently passed away. His wife was a longtime teacher in the district, and in fact, I was her sub for my first 2 months when I first started subbing over 15 years ago. And I just wanted to highlight Roger's effect he had on this community. And there were many teachers in the district that were there who've gone through his CalTeach program at CSUMB. And it just goes to show that there are really 0 degrees of separation in this community, which, as we all know. So anyhow, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Tess. I just have a few updates. I know we have a healthy agenda this evening, so I know we're all trying to move through this. But I would like to thank all of you from Kashawa and the Big Sur communities who attended the superintendent's listening sessions out there regarding districting. And I know there was some conversation about late start as well. So I wanted to thank Dr. Knight and Jessica and Sharon and the rest of the team that made those listening sessions possible. I really appreciate you all taking the suggestion and the feedback that was necessary for this process and going ahead and executing on that. So thank you very much. And I'd also like those communities to know that Ted put together a wonderful summary or synopsis or review. We can call it a million different things. And he put that out to the board and let us know what the feedback was that you had all represented while he was out there. And I know that reading that memo and reading that information was really important and integral into our decision-making process that we're going into when we're making these decisions regarding districting. So I'd like to thank the members of the district office for making that happen. I would also like to congratulate Ryan and staff on a terribly successful fall festival. I heard nothing but incredible things about it. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it out there, but I heard it was just fabulous. And I know that everybody from River School is looking forward to their fall festival this Friday. So thank you to both PTA organizations or PTO organizations who have been working tirelessly at both of those sites to put those events on. I know firsthand it is no small feat. So thank you to our PTO, and the River School PTA for doing that for our kids. We appreciate it. Last but not least, I wanted to mention something that's really close to my heart ever since I've been on the Board of Education, our Parent Education Series. We had started these a few years ago with Dr. Del Varga when she was superintendent, and then with COVID, these Parent Education Series obviously sort of fell off the map. So I am really excited to announce our first Parent Education Series of the 2022-2023 school year. I'd like to thank Dr. Knight and Jessica for really spearheading this. I think this topic is incredibly important and poignant and timely. As we all know, Carmel Unified is committed to continuing the education of parents and these two-way conversations between parents and students, and making sure that we have successful and healthy students. And we have come together with Montage and Ohana. So the first week of December 8th to be exact, we will be partnering with Dr. Close, Dr. Grover, and Krista Reuther from Ohana to do a conversation on drugs and alcohol in our community. And this has really been driven by the fentanyl epidemic that's going on, and the fact that it may be approaching our children in ways that are unfamiliar to us, in ways of candy and color and things like that. So I think it's a really important discussion that we have as a community, and I am very excited that this session will be going on the first week of December. So we'll be sending more information out on it, but please mark your calendars. And again, thank you to everybody for putting that together. And before we get into the superintendent updates, I will go ahead and ask for the representatives of ACT and CSCA to come up to the podium for their updates. Welcome, Mark and Lisa.
Thank you. We good? Hello? Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mark Stafford, and I am the ACT Vice President. Bill, as you heard, is off. He's the president, and he's in Chicago right now with the mock trial team, doing awesome things. He just texted, and he goes, "How was the board meeting?" I was like, "You're on Central Time. That's why you think it's over. It's just started." So I'm just here to give an ACT report. The first thing I want to say, well, actually, let me do something else because all this sharing out. I advise the Songwriters Guild, and we're playing on Friday, so shameless plug. If you want to come see live student music in the cafeteria, come see it on Friday night, 6 to 8 p.m. But I want to report out on negotiations. First of all, we continue to build, I think, on the positive relationship that's formed in the spring, and so we're very pleased with the level of trust and progress that we're able to make with the units, all of the units together and the district. I don't think I've worked on a more effective and collaborative district-wide committee, and I've been on a few in my 19 years. The second thing I want to say has to do with the redistricting maps. We as a unit talked about it, and we have reached out to our teachers that are in particularly the outlying areas, and the concern that they expressed to us, and we share it, is lumping Big Sur and Kashawa together. That's the one concern that we have. We don't endorse any particular map, but we have a fear that might further marginalize groups that are already maybe not feeling the representation. So we did want to encourage you to not choose a map that lumps together those two areas. Other than that, things are good. Things are feeling very normal. The high school is a bustling place, as you know. I know you guys have been up there, so it's great to be back in like true kind of pre-COVID fashion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa, the president of CSEA, and I wanted to start with a thank you to Sarah and She has been touring the different sites, making a point of meeting classified staff and getting to know the classified staff who support all of our teachers and students, and that's been delightful. We're about halfway through visiting the schools. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was how grateful I am to work with the teachers unit and the administration. This really is a cohesive team. Everybody cares, number one, about students. And the collaborative approach to that whole process was really invigorating. I wanted to take just a real quick second, and I think one of our team members is here. Mark Rodriguez, can you stand up? Mark is one of the negotiating team members that I wanted to thank. Mark is a young parent, an IT specialist at the high school, and brought a lot. He's got little ones that will be going through our schools, so he brought a lot of forward thinking to the process. Mariano Martinez is probably out on the fields finishing up soccer practice. He also has kids in the district, and he works here at the middle school as an instructional aide. Bud Libby was our lead negotiator. Carl, you probably sat around the table with him. He has been leading our unit for over 20 years. A lot of experience. And finally, Jessie Zobel, and I wish she was here tonight. She is a graduate of Carmel Schools. She went all the way through our school district. She and her husband both work for the district. They have 2 children attending the district. Her family's been in the area since, I don't know, maybe 11,000 years, like a really, really long time, before any of us even thought of being here. And everybody brought a significant contribution, and I want to say thank you to them all, and thank you to the board. Good night.
Thanks so much, Lisa. All right, we are really out of order here, so I'm all over the place. But we will end our updates with you, Dr. Knight. So I will pass it off to you.
Thank you, Sarah. I want to start real quick by just announcing the Policy Review Committee met a couple weeks ago. So you're going to see a series of policies on consent tonight. Policies to allow more electronic signatures, moving away from printing out so many papers and kind of have a delay in getting things done. Policies that are going to keep us in compliance with some new rules around nutrition. The fact that in this state we're continuing to provide free meals for all students. We've got to update some of our policies. Revising our medical policy to allow the storage of EpiPens and Narcan. And then a couple of policies that will streamline field trips, professional development, and reimbursement. So the policy committee, which is our board leadership and then several district office staff, met over the last couple weeks and got that ready to go. Let's see, some celebrations. I won't repeat for long the ones that have already been talked about, but did enjoy the listening sessions both out at the Kashawa Center and Captain Cooper. Lots of great activities going on this time of year. I had the opportunity to set up a booth at the Carmel Community Connection Day, and that was great. Was able to meet a lot of our community members and a lot of other entities that support our community and our district. We hosted the Authors and Ideas Festival this year. Couple of our staff were able to MC that over the past weekend, and they've already reached out and want to do it here again next year. Thanks to John and his staff for making that the sacrifices they did to keep the building open. Went to the Tular Fall Festival. That was great. Again, Rivers is this Friday. Also had a chance to spend some time at the high school recently. Went to a staff meeting and was able to see the staff really dive into giving their input on scheduling for next year and what they might be able to do with office hours. And also got to hang around and watch the Powder Puff football game, which was great. Fun time to see the kids out there really enjoying themselves. Today I had a great visit at the middle school and got to see Dan Morgan hop in and teach some math intervention. He saw an opportunity to kind of get up there and model some work. They were showing lattice multiplication, which Dan hadn't seen before, and he wanted to get up there and show the kids that he also could learn, and so that was great. Let's see. I continue to meet with our late start committee. We should be launching our school start and end time survey next week. Just putting the final touches on that, but we continue to meet with that committee about every other week and make sure we're getting input from a diverse group of stakeholders. Also enjoying my new staff advisory. We've met a couple times this year. Again, a group chose by leadership to represent the entire district. So classified, certificated, meet with them once a month and kind of just hear what's keeping them up at night, what it is we can do to help make their job a little easier. Student advisory is also up and running again, had a couple meetings already this year, and they are already going to work on a few projects. I just want to kind of end with two things. One, I want to again kind of continue to update our community on our focus on transparency and kind of where we're at with some of the things going on behind the scenes with the district. I've had to make the unfortunate decision to hire a legal assistant at this point to support our communications department. We continue to get bombarded with emails and PRA requests. I still contend that this is an attempt to bully us. How else would I interpret getting 7 copied and pasted emails that all say exactly the same thing about every 15 minutes for 2 hours? So we're continuing to see that type of behavior from some in our community. We've had someone put an unapproved sign on our tennis court saying public notice, inaccurately warning the community about things the district are doing. We've had someone put a yard sign out at our district office twice now, trying to disparage the district and stop us from doing what's best for students. So a lot of that is still continuing to happen, and so we're still continuing to have to take taxpayer dollars out of the classroom to pay our legal bills to deal with a very small set of community members. And finally, I want to update the community and the board on a letter that I shared with Paul Miller at the Pinecone. This was regarding a letter to the editor that, whether intentional or not, demonized public schools. So, dear editor, we write in response to last week's letter, must vote for Lawrence Samuels, which claims that a vote for his candidate will protect our students from those who might harm them for political or sexual reasons. There's no need to attempt to divide our community with the talking points of the national culture war, especially for political benefit. These comments based on fear are attempts to rip at the fabric of public education and further a narrative that our public schools are somehow hurting our children. Not only were the examples used in the letter not connected to Carmel Unified, but they are also isolated incidents and not the norm in schools across the nation. Campaigning for your candidate is one thing. Slandering those who teach and support our students while doing so is another. We urge this community member to see for himself what is actually going on in Carmel Unified Schools. If he does, he will see caring and supportive staff, standards-based instruction that is provided by highly qualified teachers that prepares our students to be productive, successful, and connected citizens. Not the, I quote, insidious Marxist and transgender movements that are infecting our schools, end quote. If, after learning the truth, he still chooses to vote for Mr. Samuels, that is his choice, but at least he will be doing so without a misinformed and divisive view of how our district's children are being educated. And this was signed collectively by myself, Bill Schreier, the president of our teachers union, and Lisa Brazil, the president of our classified union, making sure that our local newspaper understands that some of these comments that are being made are very demonizing to our school district and to our staff, and are certainly not representative of what we're doing in our schools. That's all I have.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks to everybody for all of their updates this evening. And we'll move on to agenda item F. This is our public comment on non-agendized open session and closed session items. This is where members of the public may address the Board of Education regarding items on the open session agenda or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda this evening. Where the board has agendized a separate public hearing tonight as part of this meeting, the public will have an opportunity to comment on the topic of the public hearing at that time. And the public hearing that is scheduled for this evening and on tonight's agenda is regarding districting. So for those of you that haven't been to a districting meeting, when we get to that agenda item, I will open up the public hearing. We will hear a presentation from our demographer. We will open it up to public comment, and then we will round it out with board comment as well. So just to let you know that we're not skipping over that public comment piece. It's coming your way. So for now, if you've grabbed a ticket to participate in public comment this evening, we will start with number 32. That's okay.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juan Carlos Cabrera. Vengo de la comunidad de Cachagua.
My name is Juan Carlos Cabrera. I come from Cachagua community.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es para hablar acerca de los cambios de horarios que quieren hacer.
I'm here to talk about the changes in schedule that you want to make.
A lo que acuerdo a la reunión que tuvimos en Cachagua, la mayoría de los pobladores de Cachagua y Big Sur creo que no apoyan ese cambio de horario de empezar la escuela a los estudiantes.
So having a meeting with the Cachagua community and the Big Sur community, there was not an approval of the changes in scheduling.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. In brief, the communities of Cachagua and Big Sur do not agree on the changes in scheduling.
Sí, en los horarios de cambios escolares.
In the changes on the schedules of school.
Personalmente trabajo con personas que son del área de Salinas, que creo que ya han tenido esos cambios.
I personally work with members of the community of Salinas who have already had those changes.
Hay personas que han estado batallando para llevar a sus niños a la escuela.
There has been people who have been struggling in order to take their children to school on time now.
Están reacomodando sus horarios en la forma de cómo dividirse para dejar a sus hijos y para recogerlos.
And they're trying to make changes in their work schedules in order to be able to drop off their children and pick them up.
También en los niños que son atletas, que hacen deporte.
And also to the athlete students who work in sports.
Es muy tarde para la hora que acaban sus deportes y para que hagan lo que es deportes y estudiar lo que es tareas, se les está dificultando.
And now with the changes in schedule, it's been very difficult for them to get out of the sports late and then get home to do their homeworks at the same time with the change of schedule.
Solo es eso, es mi punto que traigo para exponer aquí.
So that is the concern I wanted to bring before you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 33, please.
El 33, por favor.
Hello, my name is Nalima Solano, and
My name is Solano. Amy Solano.
So she's speaking English.
Okay.
Last week, I asked several middle school and high school students about their opinion of the schedule changing. There's many reasons why. Kids might think that it's a good idea to have another hour of sleep, but firstly, students who live far away, like Kashawa and Big Sur, many of them take the bus home, so imagine what time it would be when they get home. Then we have parents. Due to the change of schedule, parents who drop off their kids might think it's inconvenient to do so because parents have a certain time to be at work, so either they're late for work or children will be late to school. Also, kids may have difficulties with turning in work, such as assignments or essays, They might be staying up late finishing their unfinished homework or assignment. With a new schedule, that will do no help, and parents also want to spend time with their kids. Finally, we have sports. This season, we have cross country, volleyball, and soccer. They have practice every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday sometimes. 3 to 4:30. If the schedule extended an hour more, we would be starting practice around 4 and ending at 5:30. And for games, it'd be 4:30 to 5:40. We'd be ending around 6:40, and the people who live far away might take 1 to 2 hours to get home, so they'd be arriving at 7, plus doing their homework. And so that's my opinion of the schedule changing. Thank you for listening.
Very well done. Thank you so much. Number 34, please.
Hi there, my name's Felicia Fisher, and from employee 217 down, I know all your kids from the time they were shorter than I am, which is kind of scary when you think about it. 50 years ago, I was a kindergarten student at River School. I grew up down the coast. On a good day, I would get home at 4 o'clock. Not so great. My friends who were town friends were not allowed to come and visit me because there was a stigma about living down there. Fast forward many years, I now live out in the Kashawa area. My daughter went to the Carmel schools, and when one of her friends who lived in a multi-generational house died, the grandfather, I informed some people at the elementary school, and I got, oh, that's right, I forgot, you live out there. For 50 years, I can tell you that Kashawa and Big Sur have been treated not as well as the people in town for whatever reason. Captain Cooper is an amazing school. The things that they do there is just unbelievable. Now, that being said, the two rural areas are very different and we should not be lumped together. Okay, we have some things in common, to be sure, and we are connected by the Los Padres Wilderness, but there are no students out there. Our needs are very, very different depending on which ends we are, and I really think that it would be disingenuous, and it would also not really address the issue of providing more equality in terms of the voting to keep them in the same lumped group. The other thing is about the late start. There's a lot of students in both the periphery areas and in town as well who participate in non-traditional sports, and they actually kind of need daylight to do their non-traditional sports. A lot of these kids, maybe they're cowboys, maybe they're country club like me. Some of them are 4-H, some of them are FFA. That kind of depends on a lot of daylight hours, and it's really not being addressed for them. And when it takes an hour and a half for you to get home and you have poor internet and they're relying on, say, the Kashawa Children's Center, which closes at 6, they're not going to have that opportunity. So lots of things to think about. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 35, please.
Long time no see. My name is Sonia Ramirez, and I'm a resident of Carmel School District for over 26 years. I have 4 kids, 2 already out of the school district, and 2 more enrolled, 1 at River School and 1 at a high school. I have the opportunity to live in Carmel Valley, Kashawa, and now in Carmel. For the people in town that are concerned about their kids don't have enough sleep, let me tell you, they already have an advantage of that. Because when I live in Kashawa, I have to wake up at 5 in the morning to make sure I have my kids ready to go to school. And it's a nightmare. And it's so good to be in the village. I usually wake up at 7. And when I just drop off my kids. And here is like, I can even wake up at 7:40. So like, oh, and I can have a breakfast with my kids. And one of the things I didn't like, most of the things the school district I love the work about the school district. I'm very happy with everything. I cannot say thank you enough for everything, all the research and the wonderful community. But I wanted to ask you for help. We need tutors. We need programs after school, and make sure our kids, the kids that didn't have the enough money to get a private tutor, I want them to have help. I want them to be feel comfortable, and the parents. I don't want the parents to be worried. I used to be a single mom, and I worked so hard, and I want to make sure my kids have the successful I didn't have, and I grew up with a lot of members of this community, and they are like my family, and I love them, and I love all the community, and it's been 2 years. My family, we lost everything at the fire, and I wanted to thank you, all the school district and all the community, because it feels so good when you have somebody, when somebody have you back, but it feels so great when the whole community have you back. And I want all the kids to have the same feeling, the same feel. I want them to experience that. And I think with the tutors, most of the kids in Cachagua, most of the kids in Big Sur, most of the kids in the whole district, they're gonna feel like that. I wanna make sure everybody has enough help since starting kindergarten all the way to high school. And I'm in favor of the lights. I know probably everybody, like most people will say no, but I know how when, oh, sorry. Well, thank you. I will come back.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for your comments. Appreciate it. Number 36, please.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Bauner. I'm a 35-year resident of Cachagua Community Center and very involved in the community. I have had 4 children. 2 I raised in the village, 2 I raised out in Cachagua. I know the advantages of living in town compared to the outreach communities. And the fact that they have to be on buses at 6:30 in the morning and they don't get home till 4:30, pushing the time back does not work for our rural communities, and we are a rural school district. I really hope that you take that into consideration, because all my children participated in sports, and we would get home even, it was like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and if you push it back, I don't even know if they could participate in sports. I know there's a lot of advantage for people that may be living in the village or in Carmel, but for our far-reaching students, it's not an advantage at all. It's a detriment to them. And there might be studies that it's better for their health, but it's also better for their health that they have dinner with their families, that they can participate in extracurricular activities and sports, and I really want you to take that into consideration. And I also have 7 grandchildren, and 3 of them are in Carmel, and I really hope that that you don't make that change where they have to push them back, because they live out in Cachagua too.
Thank you for your comments. Number 37, please.
I'm glad to know that there's a public hearing for the other stuff so that I have more time this time around. Ms. Solano, thank you for your words. I think you are a courageous young lady. I'm talking to you. Te hablo ahorita. I think you're amazing and courageous for standing up here as the second person to say your piece with real clarity. This is the type of school district I want to be in that makes middle schoolers like you. Thank you for your words. Yeah, I look around and I think about equity and I'm like, translation services, whatever the board needs to do to make that a standard at all board meetings going forward, make that motion, make that so, and find the money to do that. When someone is receiving translation services, or if they're not speaking in English and they require translation to address the public, their time should be doubled as a matter of practice, where 3 minutes goes to 6 minutes without question. That's equity. So the double the time allotment. Now, Dr. Knight knows what I'm going to say after the meeting in Big Sur, talking about the late start, and we had this great conversation. And we talk about these balances. What are the needs? What are the benefits, but then it comes out at the end of the meeting that a late start disproportionately disadvantages people of marginalized communities. And I'm like, that's a no-brainer, that's a no-starter, because when we think outside of our own needs, when I think, again, I have a second grader who could use an extra hour of sleep. We're a mile from our house. There's no doubt that it would benefit me and my house. But thinking as a bigger community, if a late start will continue to disadvantage people, the majority of people that it does disadvantage, and the benefit does not outweigh anything, it should be a no-brainer. And you should vote to stick with a rural school district and not change to a late start and focus on that matter of equity. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today, and I appreciate this forum. With the public comment section the public hearing section of the districting, I wish there was a more interactive way instead of public hearing and then board comment, because there was so much of what was said in the last board meeting that had some of us that were sitting here had a chance. There could have been some more dialogic conversation. So if there's a way to discover that in terms of interaction, that would be great. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of your comments. Number 38, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm here in support of the Kashawa Big Sur community and basically just echoing a lot of what I'm already hearing everyone saying. I have a 6-year-old in the community. I've lived here a long time in Kashawa, and since I moved here, I've made a lot of friends who went through the district, lived in Big Sur, lived in Kashawa, and there's always been this, the kids from there had been stigmatized. And so I think with regard to redistricting early start times, whatever decisions that are being made need to be thought out, in a way where we address that stigma and try to reduce it within our community. So, and in terms of the early start times, it's already hard enough to get your kid to school and to get your kid home, and my kid's only in first grade, so I can just see how that would be really difficult for everybody in Big Sur and Kashawa. So thank you for everything you're doing here.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Number 39, please.
Hi, I'm Fran. I actually came here to speak about the proposed stadium improvements, but I'm so moved by the people that came out here today to really speak their voices. And really that is what we're also asking for. Participation, engagement, being listened to, being heard. Even if the outcome doesn't come to your side, it really is about having the voice and the opportunity of respect to be able to say something and to be heard and listened. So congratulations, that is what the process is, and I am so incredibly proud that everybody has turned out to really speak what their voices are about. So it does feel a little bit inappropriate to talk about the stadium lights when there are so many heavy topics on people's hearts in the future, but this is the last time before coming up for the board. And really, I guess some of my questions, especially on the budget side for us, as I'm hearing what the needs are of the community, and then I keep asking myself, how much do these lights cost? This last EIR that came out, the scope quadrupled. And I thought to myself, is this really where we want our money going? What are the priorities of this community, and what does education mean to this community? So I really, really ask you guys, when you look at the comments, that the core of most of the comments were about safety, public safety and land violations. And so I really ask that there's no way that you guys can address what we were asking you to address in less than a month in a responsible way. And I think really what everybody is turning out here is we want you guys to do your job. We want you to dig in. We want you to have the hard topics. And we want a dialogue. This does feel artificial. This feels artificial to me. Feels like we've been sidelined to some legal process. And I think that's what a lot of people hear. Even if we don't agree, the one thing that we can agree is how do we have a dialogue and come somewhere in the middle? It's not happening.
As far as the new board members that are running up for re-election, Sarah, you're the only one that came out and met me and had a dialogue. Tess, I offered several times for you to come out and walk and listen to the issues of the community. Not once did you respond with any respect or willingness to walk the grounds with me. Seabury, you did that. I really commend when I see your son writing an article like he did for the Sandpiper. I have no hesitation that the future is incredibly bright and we have super smart kids. And I read that article and I thought, good for you. What a great mom. This is the future that I want. This is the generation. So really, I just encourage everybody, how do you open it up? How do you have a dialogue? How do you listen? Don't dismiss us. Dismissing, that's really what minorities feel like. And I think that's what you're doing, is dismissing. And your comments about the CPRA, just really not good. Just really bad, unprofessional.
Thank you for your comments. I would like to clarify one thing, is that we do have one more regularly scheduled board meeting before the special meeting on November 29th. So there will be another opportunity for public comment the evening of November 16th at 5:30. So this is, in fact, not the last meeting before the 29th. Number 40, please.
Hi, my name is Jose Ismael. I live in the community of Big Sur. Come to talk about Lay Star. As a former student, I come here to the middle school and high school too. I know both parts because I only went to 11th grade and then I moved to PG. I was living next to the school. And living in Big Sur, it will not help the students half an hour, because if you drive 40 minutes, I even try myself. Where I live in Post Ranch, I leave 30 minutes late. They leave around 6:15, and with the traffic, I normally make 40 minutes to get from there to the school. It takes me 50 minutes. And you know, Big Sur road is always something. Entonces, the Last Star, and also I get like 10 message from different moms. I say, can you speak about that? They know, please do not change to the Late Star, because it will hurt a lot of people with the schedules. Kids leaving dark and come back dark to the home, and I think we lose a lot of family time, especially in people who live. I think anybody who lives 20 minutes away from the school, it will hurt. Second thing, with the permission of the Kashawa, I think for us it would be better to be separate. Because we got similar but not the same problems. We got different difficulties. I have friends living in Kashawa. Also, I talk to a lot of people, and I think it's better to have two voices in the board than one to represent us. And the other thing I want to mention to the board is see us in a way we can work together to open some way of technology to have members of our community, especially Kashawa and Big Sur, to represent us in the meetings. Like especially in this open, I was connected pretty much when with the COVID. I connect think to 90% of the meetings. Connect a lot of the meetings, and that will help a lot. I know some people, they're not even from our community, and they was connecting too. But probably we can work a way to legally see if anybody want to represent us as a member of the family in the board meetings. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you so much. Number 41, please.
It's so emotional up here. Hi, everyone. My name is Jamae Parker. I live in Kashawa. I have a daughter at Tularcitos, and my son is at Carmel High. I'll make this fairly short. Regarding late start, I'm basically going to echo everything that Kashawa says. Leaving in the morning, getting on the bus at Nason Road by 6:22, coming home when it's dark, no family time. My son plays football. When he walks in the door, it's 6:30. He has just enough time to have some family time real quick, do homework, and hit the hay. I mean, we wake up at 5:15. So that's our feelings on that. I also feel like with late start, we're really lucky we're a rural district, so we can defer until we have more data. It seems that with everything that I've researched, everything that I've heard, that the benefits just don't seem at this point to really, the challenges don't seem to outweigh, they seem to outweigh the benefits at this point is what I'm trying to say. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna turn this on because I had notes on here too. And I feel like the deferment from Dr. Knight just allows us to take more time, understand what the other schools are going through. They're not just enjoying themselves and having a great time. There are real serious challenges with late start. And I understand parents' concern that, all the data shows A, B, and C, but if your kids aren't sleeping, if they're not getting family time, if they're leaving in the morning and coming home at night, it's just not, it breaks up a cohesive family unit. The other thing that I wanted to say about late start has to do with sports. I'm a single mom. My son had never played organized sports until he played football last year. And I have to tell you that there are benefits to the sports programs that people don't know about. My son gets mentorship and coaching from his amazing football coaches. And that is really the only male support and, people saying, men saying like, I'm proud of you, good job. They exhibit incredible leadership. Our team doesn't play dirty, just to be real. We go to other schools. Our team is incredible and the coaching staff is unbelievable. So it's like my son, he's not an amazing football player, but those coaches have changed his life. And for him to not be able to participate in something that has shaped him so much would be so sad. Because I think late start would kill him. I don't think he'd do it. We talked about it and he's like, I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could get home. The late bus would leave, probably Carmel High at 6:30 and he'd get home by 7:30. It's just too late. Anyway, thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you so much for your comments. Number 42, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Trinidad Resendiz.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trinidad Resendiz.
Tengo dos hijos en este distrito.
I have 2 children in this district.
Y solo estoy aquí para apoyar a mi comunidad Cachagua.
I'm here to support my Cachagua community
y pedirles que por favor consideren todo lo que
and please consider everything that
sí, que reconsideren por favor todo lo que ellos han dicho.
They have said.
No tengo otras cosas más que decir porque ya todo lo dijeron ellos.
I have nothing else to say because they have said it all.
Y de verdad, si hacen ese cambio de horario, pues nos va a afectar mucho a todos.
And
Gracias.
certainly, if you do this change of schedule, it will really affect us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 43, please.
Gotta raise this up a little. Check. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is David Jedinak, and I am a alum of Carmel High, class of 1986. I grew up in Carmel. Been working for the city of Carmel for over 37 years. I just want to thank the board and the school district for everything you've done to enhance the educational curriculum of this district. It is so valuable that we continue to support our students, our teachers, our families, in the athletics, the academia, and all other aspects that make this school great. By doing that, you enhance the community itself by witness of what we heard tonight, which was beautiful. And I have currently 3 children who have started at River School from Monterey, came to River School, and are all now in Carmel High School. And I have to say, the education is far superior than when I came here in 1986, or graduated from 1986. So when it comes to the stadium lights, I think this is one of the greater enhancements that you can do. Let's not forget that the school district is confined by a great geographical layout, which impacts lots of different people. So as we see right now, the lights are almost dim. Everyone's got to come off the field for safety reasons. Having stadium lights would be a great enhancement. So I support that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Number 44, please.
Hi, my name is Tonancy Cabrera, and I would like to speak about the schedule change. I don't agree that it should be happening because me personally, I do sports, and I do it along with my other friends from Kashawa and my friends from Big Sur. And from Kashawa, right now at the regular time, kids who take the late bus are getting home at around 6:30. And that gives them enough time to do like their homework, have family time, eat dinner, and get enough sleep. And even though some people wake up at 5:30 just to get on the bus at 6:20 something. And I would like to talk about the athletics, because if you guys were to change the schedule, we would start practice at around 4 something. And that's already a big change. And we'd be ending practice for the girls volleyball team right now. We'd be ending practice at 5:30 because our practices are an hour and a half. And the same thing for the boys team. Their practices would be ending at around 7. They already end at 6, and 7 would be an even greater change, and it could really impact the players' families and other people. Family members could be affected by it because everyone wants to spend time with their family, and if you don't, it's kind of like you're losing connection, and it's like, oh, you get home, go straight to homework. Sometimes you might not even eat, you might not have time to eat, but because you have to go to sleep, you have to do homework, you have other occupations that you might have to do before, and sometimes teachers might not understand, we might have to do other things, and sometimes they can get mad at us for not doing homework, but sometimes they understand what we're trying to say, and might let us turn it in a day late if we tell them to, if we ask to do it. And I just wanted to say that, because also about the late buses, I wanted to say that I have friends who take the late bus. I personally don't take it, but my friends do, and they get home at around, like I was saying, at around 6 to 6:30. If they change that, it'd be 7 to 7:30. My family, me and my mom, we have an Aztec dancing group, and our practices are at 7. Some people are doing athletics here for the school. They'd be getting home at that time. That wouldn't leave them enough time to do other activities that they want to do with their family. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you so much for your comments. Number 45, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Philip Laverty. I'm a federal civil servant. I live in the Jamesburg area, and I'm here as well to add my voice to those opposing late start. I'll hold my redistricting comments till that public hearing. We live on the Tasahara Road up in the Jamesburg area, next to the National Forest. It's a heritage property my wife grew up on, so she went to the school here. I'm really just, I wanted to thank my community members for showing up and expressing their concerns as well, and I'm really just echoing things that other people have said. But this would come at a hardship to us, and really I believe all the families in Jamesburg and Kashawa. The district was or is designated a rural school district because it meets the legal criteria for being a rural school district. I believe that should be respected. It's easy to lose track of those of us out in the outskirts, but we are there and we certainly have our concerns, and it's great to see everyone here tonight. I wanted to note that really, well, there are scientific studies, of course, demonstrating that there's a benefit for high school students to have a later start. There are also studies indicating that all school-age children need plenty of sleep, that dinner time is helpful for families and child development, extracurricular activities, family time in general. But others have stated this already. If this is a matter of transportation costs, which I believe that is the root cause of the issue here, I certainly understand the difficulties in meeting budgets. But if I would hope that the school board would look for solutions that would not benefit certain communities at the expense of others, and certain aged children at the expense of younger children. But thank you all for what you do. We really appreciate your efforts in terms of making this such a superb school district. We love to be a part of this, and we're huge supporters of the public school system as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments and for being here this evening. Are there any more public comments for this evening? Number 46.
Good evening, guys. I am so proud of my community. I don't have nothing left to say. No, really, I want to give a hand to everyone who made this all happen, because it's really cool that you guys got the feedback that my community needed this, and you stepped up and did it right away. Way to go, guys. I'm super proud of everybody here. This is the best meeting I've seen. I've been coming for about a year. It's overwhelmingly positive, and the people who this is meant to help the most are giving you their voice, and it's not going to help. You guys have shown that you can respond to the feedback you were given, and I'm confident that our community is going to get what it needs. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Number 47, please.
Hello, everyone. Okay, my name is Margarita. I had two kids, one in high school and one in middle school, Brandon and Alexandra, some of them. Okay, my point in this situation is more mentally and psychology. If you change this schedule, we're gonna have more issues with our teenagers. They had too much pressure with their sports and the school, homework. So when we change this schedule, my son loves sports now. He don't gonna have time to do that. Not only him, most teenagers. The thing is gonna happen, they're gonna be in depression, they're gonna be in anxiety. And when we're gonna have more drugs around them, so it can be easy to feel better. This is real now, and I don't want this happen when this thing change. So my point is to keep this schedule we have now, because if we want to have a healthy students and smart students, we have to help them now. We say there are our future us. We already grow up, we already learn. So now why we can change them to have issues. They have a lot of issues in different situations, so they don't deserve to have more. So they need help to grow up healthy and smart. This is the psychology thing that's gonna happen. The other thing is, and I don't wanna have time until now, when the time changes every year, it makes me crazy and give me stress. So if that change more, it's gonna be like everybody's gonna be in psychology therapy. So please, let's go help these kids to grow up healthy and strong more we can, because they're our future. He's gonna go work for me later. So I had to help him now to keep us healthy and happy for now. I feel that for me and as a mother, I want to see happy kids. Little ones is gonna be a big issue to have the changes. They don't deserve it. They deserve to be happy and healthy most they can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Number 48, please.
Hello, my name is Brandon. I live in Kashawa, and I do sports. I do volleyball, and right now practice starts at 4:30. And if you were to change it, it would start at 5:30, and we would end around 7. And I already have to leave 30 minutes earlier because of the late bus, because I don't want to get left behind. And if you change that, I would get home around 8-ish. And I do dance, Aztec dance, which I really enjoy, and I don't want to miss out on that. I had fun last year. And if I came home later, I wouldn't be able to do that. Have trouble with homework. I already have trouble with homework, and it would just be more stressful. I wouldn't be able to hang out with my friends as much as I like to. We always get to play outside, ride bikes, and in the darkness, if we fall, it's way more scarier because you fall, no one's coming to help you, and you can't see anything. So it would I already miss out on going to the little school when I do sports, and that is a huge help. And it would just be more stressful on a lot of kids that live. My friends, they don't really agree with this either. They would also have a difficult time doing homework, but and yeah, that's really it. Thank you.
That was very well said. Thank you so much. Are there any more tickets for public comment? Anybody else? Okay, we will end the public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you all for speaking with all of us this evening. I think I speak for all of us that was so powerful and impactful, and it's great to hear your voices and your perspective, and everything was so well said and articulated, and we can't appreciate you all for being here enough. So thank you very, very much for that. We'll move on to agenda item 2. This is our consent calendar. This is where the board bundles a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of our consent calendar. The consent agenda items are routine and deemed to be non-controversial, for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the Board of Education request a specific item to be removed for discussion. So with that said, may I please receive a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
And a second?
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nakbar?
Yes.
Great. Agenda item 3, this is where we will begin our action, discussion, and information items for this evening. So first up on the action, discussion, and information section is our public hearing to review the maps and provide input regarding the establishment of trustee areas and election sequence. We will go ahead and acknowledge that this evening is our last mapping discussion. I'm sure we'll hear more about that from Shelley. And I hope that all of my colleagues and members of the public, I'd like to thank you all for the comments that you've made regarding the maps, not only here tonight, but there's also been some comments submitted online. So thank you so much for that. So this evening, the goal is to find consensus on a map. And with that, I will go ahead and open up the hearing officially. And we will go ahead and hear comments from the public regarding our mapping and districting. So do we have anybody that would like to make any further comments on the districting? Go ahead. And the public comment on the districting will work just like the public comment portion of the meeting. So everybody will have 3 minutes or more if the translation services are needed. And we'll go ahead and welcome you to the podium.
Okay. Paul J. Ingram, father to Lexi, Trevor, and singer-songwriter, founding member Melanie. Husband to Linda at Carmel Valley Branch Library. In 2003, I got within 300 votes of Annette Yeastek, and that was with one other person on the ballot who dropped out. It was close, not quite there, but that was her first term, and the rest is history. So, and in between that, you know, when Tess Arthur got elected, I believe it was the first time in close to 30 years that you had a school board trustee with a 93924 zip code address. Okay. In between, there were opportunities for appointments, and I will say the trustees from the 93921 and 23 never seemed to be able to agree on somebody from out of those areas. And I speak of Joe Hertline, I speak of Lewis Leader that were passed over for appointment. So this is a long time coming, and I think it's a very good way to go. I hope you appreciate my input that I've submitted online. I hope I'm not the only one that tried to submit a map. Okay. Anyway, I finally gave the criteria and let them draw the map. It was just too confusing to me. As you can see, I've made clear the dichotomy that you face, and in my last communication that Elections Code Section 22,000, I think, gives you a lot of flexibility in making a creative decision. At the very bottom line, I want to keep Carmel Valley Village from being split. I think that we have some cohesiveness there that needs to be maintained. And good luck to you. I think this should be an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. And yes, your map was received. I'd like to publicly acknowledge that we did receive the map and your comments online. So thank you very much. There was one other map that was submitted as well, and then Shelley also presented a series of maps that were based on, you know, the feedback from discussions such as this. We had a very healthy discussion during our last mapping meeting, and so Shelley was able to develop a few maps. I think it's 9A and 9B that were posted two weeks ago now, and those were based on recommendations not only from us but also from our community as well. So thank you all. Yes, feel free. Yes.
Everyone I've talked to from the Kashawa community and agrees that the Big Sur community and the Kashawa community should remain separate. It's really a little bit difficult for me to figure out which map I want because I don't know what the population of Kashawa is. And I've asked several different people and no one seems to know what our population is. We have a lot of people, but not 4,000, that's for sure. But I would really hope that you would keep us in with the Eastern Carmel Valley, Robles Del Rio area. I don't know how we're gonna keep Carmel Valley its own district if you have to bring in Kashawa too. But I please do not put us with Big Sur. We have our own individual issues, and talk about zip codes. No, we're too far apart, and our kids all go to Tularcitos and then onward. So please make that a consideration.
Great, thank you so much for your comments.
Voy a ocupar su ayuda. Voy a ocupar su ayuda. Voy a hablar en español. Pues yo solo quiero pedirles lo mismo que dice Kimberly. la mayoría de los miembros de la comunidad hispana no estamos de acuerdo con que nos junten con Big Sur.
I also want to echo what Kim said about not mixing us up with the Cachawa people and the Big Sur people, because we have different needs and it's just different communities.
Yeah, we have different needs and we love each other. Right?
Tenemos diferentes necesidades.
But we want to be represented in different ways. Por muchos años la comunidad hispana de Cachagua nos hemos sentido discriminados.
For a long time, the Cachawa community had been discriminated. We feel that.
Solo por cómo se refieren hacia nosotros.
Just the way we are referred to.
Y no se trata de la raza o la situación económica, simplemente porque siempre nos dicen, oh, los de Cachagua o los de Big Sur.
And it doesn't refer, we know it's not referring to racist or financial situation. It's just the people of Cachagua and the people of Big Sur. That's the only thing.
Ajá, y nos queremos sentir parte de Carmel Valley porque nos sentimos parte de Carmel Valley y la comunidad de Big Sur queremos que ellos estén en esta parte también, que pertenezcan a Carmel.
And we want to feel that we are part of Carmel Valley because we are Carmel Valley, and the people of Big Sur, we also want them to feel part of the Carmel area.
Ajá, y esta noche yo quiero que las personas que cuando voten y hagan la última decisión, quiero que se toquen el corazón antes y que piensen realmente lo que necesitan toda nuestra comunidad.
And when we have a vote tonight, I really wish with all my heart that you really think about what are the real needs of the whole of our community.
Y cualquier decisión que la hagan con mucho amor.
And whatever decision you take, I know that you're going to do it with love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia.
Gracias. Hablando del amor es importante. Speaking about love is super important. So I've been looking at this from a map perspective, so I have some direct feedback. Plans 1 through 4 are unworkable from our perspective. The combination of Big Sur and Cachagua is not workable. Seems like there's pretty widespread agreement there. I live in Big Sur, for those that don't know me. I realize that shows how separate Big Sur and Cachagua are. I don't know any of these folks, though I want to. I do. Plan 5 is probably the best representation for Big Sur, though I do have a question in the northern section about how the Tularcito CSAA is represented there. I think it might just be a weird representation. Plan 6 is unworkable because of how it divides the coast. It divides the coast and it combines Big Sur and Cachagua, so that's not workable. Plan 7 is unworkable because it divides the coast at an inaccessible point south, talking about electability and the district. Someone from the Cachagua district would then be driving through all of Big Sur 24 miles down to catch the last few miles of the coast, and that just doesn't make any world of sense. For us, Plan 8, 9A, and 9B appear workable. I don't know the intricacies between A and B. That's outside of my area, but the way that it considers Big Sur and the way that it considers Big Sur and the mouth of the valley seem like it makes sense for the best. But with my 1 minute and 20 seconds left, I just want to talk about voting rights and the importance currently in the current body politic around the issues of gerrymandering, racial gerrymandering, and looking at what is currently before the U.S. Supreme Court in Merrill versus Milligan. Kids, if you need a project for your poli-sci or for your Mr. Schreier classes, listen to the oral arguments in Merrill versus Milligan talking about racial gerrymandering in Alabama and what's going on in America. This is apropos of what we're talking about. What are the values? What is the love that we are seeking? What is the point? What does a board of education do and represent? And when we ask ourselves those questions and we think outside of ourselves, what is it that we want to achieve here? And ultimately, I think other than the broad considerations, some of the intricacies really don't matter because we're broadening representation. Compliance with the California Voting Rights Act that goes back to 2001 is unbelievably poignant for the time. So that's my feedback, and thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Before I turn it over to Shelley to hear I was going to ask if there's any more comments.
Dr. Philip Laverty again. I failed to mention that I have 2 children at Tularcitos, a 2nd grader and a 5th grader. I just wanted to add my voice to those in opposition to combining Big Sur and the Cachagua-Jamesburg areas. On some level, we certainly do have commonalities. We all get along quite nicely when we do meet, but sociologically, geographically, we really feel that we are part of the Carmel Valley. In terms of how any sociologist would define community, that is the community that we belong to, where we share common interests, and I hope that's clear that there's vast opposition to that combination of districts. It would also be difficult for anyone attempting to run for that board seat. So keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Just to add it to my first comment about Big Sur and Cachagua. The other thing is also to have somebody elected from our areas. It would be so difficult combining. I mean, imagine driving an hour just to go knock doors in Cachagua. And I mean, we got some comments about fires. I think that's one thing we got in common. And like Matt say, I think that I was playing with the maps too, and that's the 2 maps that make more sense for us. But
and you're referring to 9A and 9B?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's because to someone get elected, it would be easy to whack and knock some doors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey guys, I just came up to reiterate the same thing that I do think Cachagua and Big Sur should be separate. In addition to everything else that's been said, because dissemination of information in our community is very difficult. We cannot rely on digital forms of communication to reach our entire community. There are pieces of our community that I guarantee you don't know about what this is or what's going on, not because they're disinterested or anything like that. It's simply because they don't have the time and resources to devote to knowing this, right? So having to drive 2 hours to disseminate information to another group of people who have the same kind of restriction would be nearly impossible.
Great. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you. Do we have any more public comment for the mapping discussion? No. All right. So without further ado, I will welcome Shelley, our consultant demographer, to the podium, and we will hear her presentation.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I want to just say a word. It was great to hear all the public comment. And it's actually rare to have this much public comment at a public school district. So it's nice to have so much involvement. Tonight is, as we said earlier, is the last of the formal hearings on the mapping program. We are transitioning the election of trustees from single member at large to by district elections. And I'm going to go through several slides. And here's what I'm going to review. I'm first going to review the legal requirements, not only for the board, but also for the public. I'm going to talk about what feedback we received from the board at the last meeting, which I think will be very interesting to the public. Then I'm going to go over new plans that were developed in response to, were done in response to the board feedback. And then a new topic, which is the election sequencing. We have to assign numbers to each of the districts. So the numbers that you see on the maps are just temporary numbers, and we need to determine numbers and when each district comes up for election. Okay, so the reason this is arising is the California Voting Rights Act basically requires districts to move to by-district elections. Instead of electing everyone at large, people are encouraged, districts, school districts, cities, other government agencies are encouraged to elect by district. And in fact, the district received a letter from LULAC requesting that transition happen. The board had decided to do that before COVID, then COVID hit and that was delayed, and now that COVID is lifted, the district is engaging in this. The number one federal requirement is that the election districts be relatively equal in population. And it has to be equal in population based on the 2020 census. So I just want to put a plug out for people that it's important to fill out your census form. So in 2030, make sure everyone you know fills out the census. Because if you're not counted, you're not going to be part of this situation. You're not going to be able to get full representation. Now, in 2020, there were 22,971 people that were counted by the 2020 census. And we have to basically divide by 5. There are going to be 5 trustee areas, and each trustee area needs to be approximately 4,594 people. We have some leeway. The difference between the smallest and largest can be up to 459 persons. If you go beyond that, it's not really a legal plan, and you would be very liable to be sued under the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Shelley,
So
can I pause you right there? I think that's an important point to make. I know, Carl, you mentioned this during the last mapping discussion. So I just want to clarify and kind of go backwards for the community here that we did have a discussion during our last mapping meeting about whether or not we could reimagine this population equality differently. And I just want to enhance Shelley's point that we cannot. So if we, for example, wanted to have 2 trustee areas and the rest be at large, or at large with one, however you want to slice it and dice it outside of this, it is not legal. So I just would like to let our community and our population know that we have discussed that with Dr. Knight, our attorneys, and Shelley. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for everybody, that the reason why the mapping and the districting that you see, it's because it equates to this. Unfortunately, we received maps that were submitted that did not meet this criteria, and it's very hard. I know it's hard to meet, but it is very stringent. So I just wanted to thank Shelley for bringing this up again tonight. We appreciate it.
Yes. So again, that's the number one federal requirement that we need to meet in this project. And then there are suggestions in the state code, California code, about criteria that you can take into account after you meet the federal requirements, and that you should give consideration to topography, geography, cohesiveness, contiguity, integrity, compactness of territory, and communities of interest. And I would like to say, like Kachawa and Big Sur are each a community of interest, obviously, and that has been well established in the board discussions. Okay, at the last board meeting, the feedback we heard from the board was to clearly put Big Sur and Kachawa in separate trustee areas. We also heard that request to make maps that showed Kachawa trustee area combined with part of Carmel Valley Village in order to make it more compact and more sensible. To give consideration to transportation access within a trustee area. So for example, the fact that you can't go easily between Kachawa and Big Sur would suggest not to do that. There were prior plans, Plan 4, that the board liked, trustee areas 1 and 2. So we have kept plans, trustee areas 1 and 2 in the new plans as well. So here are 4 plans. Just briefly mention the Ingram plan at the end. But Plan 8 was suggested by Plan 8 was suggested by a community member, and it was very helpful, and then we developed 9A and 9B. So Plan 8, the main thing that Plan 8 does is it gives a different Big Sur trustee area, one that follows the ridge line, one that in prior maps we had, we didn't want to go all the way north. We were trying not to go all the way north in the district with Big Sur, and so we went east-west instead. And this map takes the Big Sur area along the ridge line, and as a result, we need to get more population, and it goes all the way to the northern boundary of the district. And that is the main advance of Plan 8. It does keep Carmel Valley Village in one trustee area, and that causes Kachawa to be combined with areas north and west of the village. This plan came out by a community member before there was discussion of putting Kachawa with parts of Carmel Valley Village. So I want to mainly show you this overview map and to show you or put your attention on what we've labeled District 3 here, which is the Big Sur trustee area. And you can see that it's much narrower as you go up to north. It follows the ridge line, but because of that, we have to go all the way up. We call Piece 21, if you've been playing around with the online program, it goes up into the north. So that is required just for population equality to have that long district. It uses trustee areas 1 and 2 from Plan 4, which the district said they liked. And it kept Carmel Valley Village together. So I'm gonna now just skip to Plan 9. There are other maps if you are interested in, well, let me go over this also. Actually, the northwest detail, it's gonna be the same in Plan 8 as in Plan 9A and 9B. And what this does is trustee area 1 combines the city of Carmel with what the census calls Del Monte Forest or Pebble Beach. And the colors on the map are either, the green is the different landmarks, but the purple is the city of Carmel boundaries, and the yellow is the boundary for Del Monte Forest. So you see those two combined, and using the city limits of Carmel for trustee area 1. And then trustee area 2 takes sort of the remaining area and swings around to the east of Carmel and to the south of Carmel. And that seemed like a logical boundary given the population constraints. And you can see that trustee area 3, which is the Big Sur trustee area, has to extend all the way to the northern boundary.
And Shelley, just to clarify, trustee areas as we have it right now, I know you said these numbers are not set, but trustee area 1 and 2, which the Board of Education had consensus on really early on, those trustee areas and those lines of delineation have not changed between map 8 and 9A and 9B.
That's correct.
Okay.
In fact, 1, 2, and 3 are exactly the same in 8, 9A, and 9B. So just areas 4 and 5.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's important for the community to know that we sort of settled on these trustee areas, and then really the discussions that we've been having as a board and listening to all the feedback and getting all the feedback of online is what do we do with the Kashawa and the Big Sur pieces, and where are those dividing lines? And like you said, do we go through a forest? Do we not go through for all of that? So I think that's what you'll see in 9A and 9B, correct me if I'm wrong, is a better representation of how those two areas can be divided.
Right. And I'm going to skip this. We've already discussed this. And then this is the data that we get out for each map. I won't go through this, but the key point is the yellow shaded cell, which gives the percent deviation in the population equality. And that number has to be under 10%, which it is. Now, we modified Plan 8 to combine Kachawa with part of Carmel Valley Village. And we had two different ways that we divided it, and we would like the board to decide between plans 9A and 9B or some other plan that you decide. So I want to reiterate that Carmel Valley Village is like the perfect number of population to be one trustee area. So if we're combining Kachawa with Carmel Valley Village, we have to take part of Carmel Valley Village out of that trustee area. So that's what we're doing with 9A and 9B, different ways of doing that. So here's an overview of map 9A. And I'm going to go right to the Carmel Valley Village detail, which is the last map in the section. And here is the detail for Plan 9A. We basically go around the perimeter of Carmel Valley Village, and then we divide it along, for the most part, along Carmel River. So it's a very clean boundary in that it's very identifiable being along the river. So I think that's one of the main advantages of this plan. We couldn't use the river the whole way because of population, but it's just a small jog over. So this splits Carmel Valley Village, the area south of Carmel River. The area south of Carmel River goes into 4. And the area north of or east of Carmel River goes with Kachawa. Are there any questions from the board about this boundary?
I have a question about area 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw that your comment online.
Yeah.
We have to go all the way to the north. There's like 750 people in that area that we went up to get. And so there's...
So without going east.
Yes, we either have to go east or north.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now, and we have the population counts, and again, we're under the 10% for Plan 9A. Now I want to go to 9B and show you a different split in the Carmel Valley area. So this boundary is a little more complicated. It essentially...
Can I make a comment back to 9A? I'm sorry
Sure.
to interrupt. So there is a part at the very beginning, right adjacent to Garland, where you do go south of the river. Just in that, it's a really small population, but I just wanted to note that that does go on the other side of the river.
Well, I'm following
coming
the
into the
boundary.
valley. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's part of it. But then I'm going, it's along the creek, and then the North Garces Road, and then Baranda. There's a little flip there. And I did try just using the river, but again, we need some population. Okay. All right, so then let's go and look at 9B in the Carmel Valley Village detail. And it's very helpful if you have the handout to look at, because this is a little more complicated boundary. It goes along the Carmel Valley Village at the top, Lorelis Grade Road, and then goes along Carmel Valley Road, jogs over to Baranda, follows the river for a while, and then goes along South Bank Road and Hitchcock Canyon Road. And essentially it takes more of Carmel Valley Village into Kachawa. So that would be the advantage of using this map if you wanted to take a little more of Carmel Valley Village.
What?
This map also has more families in it than the other one does. You know what I mean? Some children and families and stuff. When it's on Hitchcock Canyon and South Bank and all that kind of stuff, that's more. They go to Chillercitos and all that kind of stuff.
It seems like on 9B that what it does is it keeps that Baranda and East and West Garzas together, where 9A splits right down Baranda Road. It splits East Garzas is in one district and West Garzas is in another district. So that's where it seems like the dividing line is.
Yeah.
And 9B, I think that for me the major difference is it keeps Hitchcock Canyon and Lower and Upper Circle together.
Right.
Because they're all on one road. Essentially, it's a little Y, and to separate those two communities makes no sense.
You are correct.
Yeah. So again, I think the value of 9A is it's an identifiable boundary, but this may have more appeal for other reasons. Okay. So that was our response to your request to combine Kachawa with Carmel Valley Village, 9A and 9B.
And thank you very much for putting 9A and 9B together based on all of our feedback and commentary that we gave you. I think these maps gave us something really, really excellent to work with. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. And I have a few more slides. Yeah. So this just summarizes the different treatments between 9A and 9B, and if somebody was looking at the online program and looking at pieces, this explains it in more detail, and it also talks about the population differences in the different pieces. So I won't go through that unless you want me to. Yeah. Okay. And then we did get a submission, as you heard earlier, from Mr. Ingram. It did not meet the population requirement of being under 10% equality. And it did something that I think probably you all want to do, which is it combined all of Carmel Valley Village with Kachawa. So that would be ideal, but because of population requirement, it does not meet that. Maybe at the next census it will.
Well, and if I can reiterate the census, this is all driven by the census. And we all know Kashawa was going through a fire at the time, so it was really hard to get people to sign up. Yes. So we're hoping that that will change in the next census. Yeah. 8 more years, yeah.
Yes, you can make a comment, sure, yeah.
There's a history there of representation. That's my point.
Okay. So this is a new topic, the election sequencing. And we talked with the staff and your attorney, district attorney. And the idea was you wanted to transition as soon as possible to elect trustees from each area as soon as possible. And what that suggest is that the 2024 election would be in trustee areas 1, 3, and 4, where no current trustees live. And after and if you do that, then after 2024, you would have one trustee live in each area. So it's the fastest way to make the transition. And then just one little detail is that we'd like to renumber the districts so that odd-numbered districts, 1, 3, and 5, are in a presidential election, and even numbers are on a non-presidential election. Just so that you know the odd numbers are one set and the evens are another. And if we do that, if you pick 9A or 9B, we just have to switch the numbers for areas 4 and 5. So hope that's not too confusing.
No, that makes good sense. Thank you. Does the board have any questions about that?
I had more of a comment to make. I have multiple properties that are in these areas. One of them I'm planning on moving to, which is in trustee area 4 for maps 8 and 9, well, 9B, 9A that we were looking at. I don't know what it is on 8. But by the 2024, I'm planning on being down at this other place as opposed to being where I'm dotted right now. So I don't know how that affects things coming out later.
So are you saying the current trustee area 4?
The current, well, I mean,
in
for
9A
just,
and
we
9B?
just, because I was just looking at it for 9A and 9B.
Yeah, so then that's going to be trustee area 5.
Okay.
In 2024, and you would be able to run from that area. Currently, you are in...
I'm currently in 5.
Right. But you're going to move to 4.
Yeah, but I'm moving to 4.
Which will be perfect, because 4 is going to switch to the 5, and that will be coming up in 2024.
Ted, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think, because we've talked about this quite a bit on the backside with legal, is that the current 2 regions that all board members are in become 2 and 4. Those are the even. The others are 1, 3, and 5. And so they're basically, all 3 of those seats would be up. If you live in one of those areas at that time, you'd be eligible to run for election in those.
Okay. And that concludes my formal presentation.
Thank you so much, Shelley. So what I would like to do now is we can engage in board discussion on which map we are feeling like we'd like to move forward with. We will ultimately end the discussion with a motion on which map that we would like our district to move forward with. The next step after that is our next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is November 16th. We will have the Monterey County Board of Education come and they will review the map and approve the map. They will open it up for public comment. They will basically conduct their board meeting here, and they will only have one agenda item, and it will be our map for approval. So before we get to that point, we will need to decide on a map this evening.
But don't you need to close the public hearing first?
Well, we're still in the hearing with board comment, and I will close it before we vote. So, based on all the comments and all the information that we've received, and also the various iterations of the map, if we would just like to go ahead and start the mapping discussion.
Well, I'll go ahead and start it. I like 9B, and I think I explained why. The differences between A and B aren't that significant, except for the fact that the neighbors in that particular area of South Bank and Upper and Lower Circle, I mean, they're within yards of each other. So 9B.
Thank you, Carl. Anne Marie?
9B, and for the same reasons.
Great.
Okay.
Tess?
I just, first of all, want to thank you for taking all of our feedback, and you nailed it with these maps. I personally like the Ingram map, but that was, yeah. So thank you for that, and I agree. I agree with my board members so far. I really like 9B. I think it's the best foot forward we have of all the maps, so thank you.
Ann Seabury?
Yeah, I agree too. I like the idea of having more of the village represented as it does in 9B, because I think if anyone is going to give a voice potentially to the Kashawa folks, I think it would be more appropriate to have someone from the village do that rather than someone, at the mouth of the valley. So I do like 9B as well. And I just wanted to reiterate what you said earlier, Sarah. I'm so happy that we had such a huge turnout. To hear you in person and to hear your voice is so important. So thank you for taking the time. I know it was probably a long day of work, and showing up for 2 or 3 hours in the evening, it means so much to us as a board. And if I'm replaced by someone in Big Sur, right on. Happy to do it.
Yeah, one more comment too is it's really good to hear the difference between people that live in Kashawa and people that live in Big Sur. And, we think about that and we think, well, they're both rural communities. There could be some similarities, but there really aren't. And the logistics behind that wouldn't work well. So anyway, it was good for me to have more clarity, and also the kids were pretty important too.
All right. I also like 9B, just like my other board members, really for the reasons that everybody mentioned, but also I think to your point, Kimberly, of keeping the families in Hitchcock Canyon together and upper and lower circle, how we've discussed. I thought that was really an important need that we needed to consider when we looked at the difference between 9A and 9B. So it would seem that we have consensus. So I will go ahead and officially close this hearing. Thank you so much, Shelley. This has been a journey. And if I could please receive a motion on the draft maps.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt 9B, map 9B.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
You're still famous, Mr. Ingram,
I also want to say that I really appreciate Anne Marie and Tess and Carl coming out to Kashawa over the years and just really making sure that you do listen to us and that we do have a voice on this board. I really appreciate it. And the fact that Superintendent Knight came out and that there was such a productive meeting. I was so impressed with everyone's concerns and the way that they communicated, and I just really appreciate your time, your energy, and your effort for Kashawa, because you've made a huge difference, and that little school that's out there has changed lives.
Thank you so much. All right, we will move on to agenda item 3B. This is continuing our action, information, and discussion items. B. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, sorry. Agenda 3C. Thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 3C. So this is our tentative agreement between the Association of Carmel Teachers and the Carmel Unified School District for the 2022-2023 school year and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents. And I will welcome Craig to the podium.
Thank you. I'm going to get some formalities out of the way. So one of the first things that I'd like to do, and we haven't really taken this time previously, but we do have a group that you've been hearing about getting together and doing some amazing work. So I did want to take some time to recognize individuals that are a part of this process so that everybody knew who was involved. So on behalf of the district, it is myself, Ted Knight, our superintendent, Jessica Hull, Dan Paul, Dan Morgan, and very importantly at this last meeting was also Yvonne Perez, our CBO, who provided some very, very critical input and resources to us. For ACT, we had Mark Stafford, who is leading their team. I appreciate Mark in his new role. Bill Schreier, Elisa Ibsen, Dana Redding, Elizabeth Marsh, Susan Thompson, and they're supported by their rep, Crystal Kelly. So we appreciate their work. And I couldn't go into work tomorrow unless I thank my assistant, Jerry Simmons, for all of the support she does in the room and behind the scenes and kind of getting us there and ready. I'll mention some more people when we get to our next one. So I just wanted to go over this very quickly. The agreements are, as listed there under Article 2, Salary and Wages. I would like to give a shout out. One of the things that's really important is that every voice in the room is absolutely important and critical, and an example of that is Jesse Zobel from our classified team. And you're probably wondering why I'm mentioning this while I'm talking about ACT, but it was critical to the whole group's conversation. She said something that really turned the conversation, and actually the agreement that we reached around a one-time off-schedule payment really looked at every employee the same. Didn't matter what their title was, didn't matter whether or not they were certificated or classified, and it was actually due to her comment. She sat quietly, she was very thoughtful, and when she knew her moment was to speak, she spoke up, and the rest of us went, oh my gosh, why are you the smartest person in the room? And we didn't all think of that. So we all appreciated her at the end of that day, and it's the power of everybody in that room. So we do thank everybody who participated. So the one-time off-schedule payment is an amount that is set for individuals who are half-time or above to full-time, or those who are half-time or less, and they're two set amounts. The appendix to the contract has the addition of a doctoral stipend, which does not currently exist for our certificated bargaining unit. In addition, there was the addition to Appendix C for an increase to add a representative for the SPED department at the elementary levels. Our SPED programs have been growing, and so that should be reflected in the departments that are at those levels. We did also reach an agreement around health and welfare benefits that will take effect on January 1st, and the district will take care of that increase for the benefits for our employees for the upcoming year. And then finally, under leaves, there was some language clarity that was added there that was actually added under both contracts, and it's kind of outlined here around the specific areas within that leaves article. And as you notice, the fiscal component, and if you could pull up the AB 1200 document for me, that would be great. Well, we're doing that. And Yvonne and her team and the business office do a lot of work behind the scenes in terms of producing the fiscal documents that go to the county office for their review to ensure that we can meet our fiscal obligations, which we can. In this particular case, there's $80,360 of ongoing costs, and for one time, it's $639,397, which gives us the larger number. These documents go to the county for their review. They have to be with them for a 10-day period. They come back with a letter letting us know whether or not they meet their approval on our financial well-being. So we've gone through all of that, and we appreciate Yvonne and her staff for their work in that particular area. The only other thing I'd like to mention at this time, and I'm not going to do it on the next one, so you're getting a little bit more here as opposed to when I talk about CSEA. One of the things that we talked about related to health and welfare benefits was actually the addition of a position. I have an individual with us. I don't know where she went.
She's there.
There she is. Oh, she moved on me. I saw her in the back, and then she moved on me. Ophelia Navarro, our employee benefits specialist. One of the things that came up in the conversation was our employees needed somebody who could, in essence, serve as like an ombudsman to really kind of work with them. From a district perspective, it's better for an employee to pay for a plan that actually meets their needs than to pay for a plan that doesn't and might be paying more out of pocket than necessary. We believe that over the course of time that this will actually result in a savings both to the employees and to the district. And happier employees because they know what they're getting. So an important piece. So we do appreciate the work there. She is our wellness program coordinator. She has done insight or in-person benefits presentations at all sites during the course of of this fall. She's created opportunities for personal connections with staff members related to retirement and other life situations, which really tie back to benefits. Since she has started, she's met individually. She's met with large groups, but she's met individually with 47 different employees to go over their specific situations to provide them guidance and support. She's scheduled the open enrollment dates for in-person visits at all sites that are coming up here in November as individuals are looking at the next plan year, which will give them an opportunity to meet with her again individually, but also to receive information as a large group. So really trying to tailor that for our employees. And she'll continue to be available by appointment throughout the year in her work. One plan in particular, actually, we believe saves money for our employees and also for the district, and that's called Complete Care. It's when individuals have coverage outside of the district, they're able to actually take this specific plan and it supports that and is actually at a reduced cost to the district. Since she's come to the district, there's been 2 staff members who have actually moved to Complete Care, which is not an insignificant savings amount. As we're coming up to open enrollment, she's talking to a number of other individuals. So we believe that that work will result in savings both to the employees and to the district at that time. So we do appreciate Ophelia and joining our district back in March and the work that she's doing with the Business Services Office to support our employees. So the agreement's there for your approval.
Thank you so much, Craig. That was a lot of information. I definitely appreciate it. Do we have any comments from the board?
I actually have a comment. Oh, sorry. No. So in regards to C, D, and E, I'm amazed at the level of partnership and effort to make everyone's benefits whole. What you've done with the salary schedules and bringing CSEA to measure up to everything we've been doing with ACT. I'm blown away. I know this is a ton of time and effort and work, and I'm really thankful for all of your work. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to make one too. I think the benefits analysis piece is huge because for a lot of years we didn't know what we were getting or why we were doing it. And every once in a while somebody come along and say, you know, you could have saved an awful lot of money if you'd have done that. So it's a big win-win.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. If you remember last spring, the board approved 5% ongoing raises. I think we felt that was a good balance between showing value to our employees and fiscal solvency. But we also made a commitment to come back every year and look at one time, and inflation's no better than it was. So we were happy to be able to have the money to do that. But the part I want to make sure the board really understands, and our staff as well, that came from savings because our staff and our leaders are making good decisions. And so we're trying to create that culture where if you help us make good decisions, those savings are going to go right back in the pockets of our employees. And so, Craig talked about benefits. I know Ophelia and Yvonne have done a lot of work with the benefits committee. I think we saved $30,000 already in benefits. That's money we can turn around and give right back to folks. When we gave a 5% raise last year, 2% is about what a step and lane costs us. Benefits were almost 1%. So if we were going in expecting our total comp payroll to go up 8%, it only went up about 6%. And that's because our leaders and our staff made some really good decisions, really smart business decisions. And so we want to make sure we're getting in the habit of giving those savings back to our staff. I think that will help us all continue to make really good decisions.
Well, would it be
proud
fair
of our staff for that.
Would it be fair to say that it could also help pay for the positions themselves in terms of money that is saved?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the work that Ophelia's doing, you're seeing those savings already. Had we not had that position, I don't think we would have had those savings. Craig's pretty good, but he can't talk to 400 employees. So
not every day.
Yeah. And, Yvonne had done a lot of work going out and meeting with staff and doing some of those things, but having someone dedicated to the wellness of our staff is really important. So, and I'll echo what our union partners and Craig have said. It just continues to be a great process that I think all of us are very, very proud to be a part of.
May I please receive a motion to approve the tentative agreement between ACT and CUSD for 2022-2023 and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents?
So moved.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
All right, agenda item 3D. This is the tentative agreement between Classified School Employee Association, CSCA, and its Chapter 190 and the Carmel Unified School District for 2022, 2023, and the 23-24 school year, and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents.
And there were a few pages in that one if you guys
A few.
read through
Just a
read
few.
through those. So I'm going to go through them very quickly. So under Article 3, hours and overtime, that was language clarity that was provided in that particular article. Under Article 4, vacations, it was actually a discussion around developing each employee who has or earns vacation to develop a plan for its use in June prior to the year in which it would be used. And instead of individual employees losing that time at the end of the year if they didn't use that they actually would be paid out if it was anything that was actually done, because if it was a benefit to the district to actually have that individual come in and work instead of taking their vacation and it was a mutual agreement, we actually needed them to be here to do those projects. So we tried to find a win-win there. Under holidays, the addition of the federal holiday for Juneteenth in June was added. Under salary and wages, so one of the things we couldn't do last spring was get past a single year agreement because of the timing of the contract. So it does add a 5% for this year retroactively back to July 1, and then 5% for the upcoming year to match the other employees within the district. It also added the one-time payment that was discussed also with ACT and other partners. An anniversary date of July 1, which actually is advantageous to the district, was one of the things that Yvonne brought forth, and it actually allows us to better use the escape system to do modeling within the system for budgeting. So it was something that was agreeable to CSEA and does help us out as well. It added a biliterate stipend and a process for identifying those individuals through an assessment, and also an educational incentive for our classified staff members that includes a stipend for a bachelor's, a stipend for a master's, and a stipend for a doctorate. We want to encourage long-term learning, and we want to do that consistently across all of our employee groups. For professional growth, that we would come back, actually, that we needed more time, and so we would be coming back to the table to discuss that and really dedicate the time there. For health and welfare benefits, the same increases that we saw for all of our other employees to offset the increase for the coming year. For the grievance procedure was really language cleanup within that particular article. Under safety conditions, the addition of some language around safety equipment. So if I have individuals, I know most of us think of maintenance staff who might wear a steel-toed boot, but it might also be a staff member who has to wear some other protective equipment because of the nature of their job. So making sure that that was clear. Under evaluation procedures, we needed to update based on a new law for a probationary period, which reflects a change in the law to a period of 130 days or 6 months, whichever is longer. For leaves of absence, it was changed to add some language clarity that was similar to the information that you saw with ACT. Under layoff and reemployment, the law also changed around layoff and reemployment for classified staff members, so that had to be updated to reflect the new law. Under disciplinary action, actually mutual understanding that we needed to have better language in the contract that described progressive discipline and what that looked like and what its intent was. And it actually, we jump back, you'll be happy to know, to the board policy and really kind of tried to make sure that everything was in alignment. And then under duration, that there is an agreement for 2 years, which aligns with the termination of this contract and the termination of the ACT contract, so we can continue to work effectively as a larger group. So those agreements are there. I'm not going to go through each of the numbers. They are listed there for one time and ongoing, but that is there for your approval. Thank you for your patience.
No.
And the AB 1200 is absolutely there, and Yvonne did the same process and sent that to the county.
Great. And that summary was really helpful, so thank you for that. Appreciate that. Are there any comments from the board or a motion to approve the tentative agreement?
Just a quick question. The stipends for postgraduate, like MA, EDD, well, those have been there for a while, haven't they?
With regards to classified staff, no. Actually, they don't
Oh,
exist. And one of the things
okay.
that we talked about was what was the expectation as a base for a particular position. And
Okay.
when we looked at certificated staff, it was a base bachelor's, so the master's stipend and doctorate are there.
Oh, gotcha.
For classified, the bachelor's is not required, so we would like to encourage individuals, and
I
we
like
added
it.
that.
Okay, thanks. I'd make a motion. Did you ask for a motion?
I
can't
did.
remember. I'd like to make a motion to approve how many of these, just all of them or some of them, or?
The tentative agreement between CSCA and its Chapter 190 and CUSD for 2022, 23, and 23, 24, and the associated AB 1200 public disclosure documents.
Well, thank you for making that motion for me. I will go ahead and make a motion for those C, D, and E items as presented.
Just D.
It's just
Oh, it's
item
only
D.
D.
Yeah,
D.
that's why I read off the
It's
D.
just D.
It's just D.
So it's just E. You read them.
It D,
D.
like dog.
Somebody else can make this motion.
Throw in the towel.
Somebody can say so moved. I already read the whole thing.
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
I'm not
Board
sure. But I'll say yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at E, Carl. This is agenda item 3E. C and D have been approved. This is the 2022-23 salary schedules for certificated, classified, and unrepresented employees.
So these actually, some of these came before you before, but we had to go back and update them because of the stipends and some of the other items that came through. So these are all of the salary schedules for the 22-23 school year, which have corrected for the items that were agreed upon.
Is it really clear on the salary schedules if someone is a Director 1 versus a Director 2?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the 2022-2023 salary schedule as submitted.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Thank you, Craig. And Yvonne and Mark and Bill and Lisa and team and all of you. I know you put in a significant amount of time and energy and effort to make all this happen. So thank you, and to your staff, Ted, as well. So thank you. All right, agenda item 3F. This is athletics and activity implications related to late start. I'd like to welcome up John Lyons and Golden Anderson.
You too. Good evening, everybody. Officially, Jonathan Lyons, principal, Carmel High School. Brought with me the brains of the operation, Golden Anderson, who serves as our athletic director. The other individual who was involved in this presentation was Aubrey Powers, who gets the night off because homecoming almost killed her. No, she's fine. She's just really tired and needed to recharge a little bit, so I told her I would take her spot on this particular presentation. Our goal tonight is to provide some overview of the athletics and activities situation at Carmel High, and what potential questions we still have to answer in front of us on any sort of late start or adjustment to, particularly in the afternoons as it relates to the afternoon experiences for activities and athletics. I think it's important to note this is purely a high school conversation. There are obviously elementary and middle school activities and athletics. Those do exist, but we're focusing exclusively on what goes on at the high school. And our goal tonight is to provide you both some context, a little bit of history, and then some questions that are yet to be answered. So we'll hope to endeavor to make this entertaining and short. Carl, I'll try. So again, some history. Currently, this is on the activity side of things. Currently, CHS has 40 clubs that are active this school year. That is up by about 10 clubs from the prior year, 21-22, and we had 25 active clubs in 2021. So we've seen the number of clubs on campus just shy of double over the last couple years. So one can draw the conclusion post-COVID that kids are back to being very, very, very involved in things. Student clubs traditionally meet during lunch, with some exceptions. The mock trial team does practice in the afternoons from 3 to 5 or 5 to 7, and does have competitions on the weekend. The Model UN program has weekend competitions, and the robotics team has weekend practices and competitions. So when we speak of these, we're speaking kind of in the kind of club universe, but some of them do extend out into the kind of co-curricular, extracurricular kind of world. There are also co-curricular programs that have some evening and weekend components. Drama, we have a vibrant drama program on campus. The practices tend to run 3 to 5 after school. The drama season traditionally begins about the 3rd week of the school year and goes till the 1st week of May. So if you are a dramatist and you are in all the plays, your season of sport is the equivalent of 3 seasons. So kind of keep that in mind for drama. Band does do evening practices and obviously a number of evening concerts, as does choir as well. On the athletic front, these are numbers from the last couple of years. The last school year, so 21-22, we saw 496 students participate in after-school athletics, which represents 57% of the overall student population. CHS currently offers 25 varsity-level programs and 25 frosh, soph, and JV programs. To give that context of that, that is the equivalent of what every school in Salinas offers, and double the size. So our program is as robust as any of the larger schools that we compete against. And this is, I think, in large part, I'm going to break my arm, pat myself on the back for 5 seconds here, that 3 years ago I stood at this podium and made a commitment that I wanted to see an increase in our support of athletics by creating a full-time athletic director and a full-time athletic secretary, and this is the first year we have both of those. And I think a lot of these numbers are a response to the fact that we are able to get more kids recruited, more kids placed, and more kids into the athletic program because they have access to a full-time athletic director and a full-time athletic secretary. And so I think there's a definite corollary between those two things. Some history. Over the past 3 years, CHS has expanded the programs, either with new levels or increased student participation. And I want to go back to, there was a question asked early on in the late start discussions in the spring about particularly how are we seeing increase in girls sports. And I think the numbers bear out here that in 2018-19, we saw about 48% of eligible girls playing a sport. That number last year increased to 7%, and now 55% of our eligible student female athletes are participating in a sport. Whereas we've seen with the boys, it is statistically pretty consistent. We've gone from 284 to 267. So the increases in student athletics is on the girls' side. And that's something to celebrate. And we make great pains to include in that conversation the work of our sports medicine program because they are an absolute support to our athletes. We have 130 students that are engaged in sports medicine CTE program. That is the largest that program has been in a long, long time. It is the first time now that we have 3 full sections of the Intro to Sports Med program along with the vibrant Advanced Sports Med program. And this year is the first year we have now added a full-time athletic assistant trainer to try to make sure we can keep the facility open until 6 o'clock to service these students. 40 of those 130 are in the advanced program. So in 2021-22, Mr. Boric, Ms. Hansen and their team treated approximately 80% of the athletes for over 6,000 independent injury or training needs. That's everything from a wrapping of an ankle to calling an ambulance because we've got a foot that's shattered into 67 places that happened to poor Emma Heiser a couple years ago. But that's part of this conversation. We talk about the after-school component. It's not just the athletes on the field in the court, but it's those students that are supporting those athletes. So that's kind of the snapshot up until this year. Early determinants, we have the fall season we are in now. We're wrapping that up this year. So these are some early numbers from the fall. In 22-23, we have 355 students involved in a sport, and that's up from 302 the prior year and 289 the year after that. So again, we're continuing to see the trend expand that more students are getting involved in athletics, and you can kind of see the numbers there by sport. Fall is an interesting season because it splits. Most of it is outdoors. The only indoor program at that point is girls volleyball, and then as we move through the school year, it kind of becomes more of an indoor experience. So this is probably the highest usage rate of our field at this point in the fall, where you have field hockey, football are on the field at the same time. That's one area of scheduling that creates some issues. And then you have the boys and girls water polo, which are sharing the pool at different times. So shared spaces in the fall is certainly one of the challenges that we look at. In terms of the actual practice experience, one of the great challenges that we have is we have one field. We have one field on the campus, we have one pool, and we have one gymnasium. So, and some of that overflow can be taken up by the middle school, but again, as I said, they have their own programs to work with. So one of Golden's great challenges, and actually one of his great skills, is managing all of that and making sure that we have enough practice time for our students. So I'm going to let him explain the practice schedule because he is a lot better at it than I am. So this is kind of a generic practice schedule, but he's going to walk you through some of the specifics.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Go back to that previous slide. Not Pancho, you don't have to, but if you think about that and you're looking at those numbers, even with the sports medicine, like our school is not like it was 30 years ago when I was here. It's not like it was more years than that when some of you other ones in this room are there. Everybody does everything. So Jack Norman's sitting here. Jack's played tennis. Jack plays basketball. Jack's in ASB. Jack's sitting here at the board meeting. That's what our campus is.
Golden, we had at least one club when I was there. Come on.
That's true. So we have a lot of students that do a lot of things, and that's what is a strength of our school and our staff is supporting one another, coaches included. None of our programs are really year-round, so we do a good job of supporting one another in our other endeavors. That's how we can exist the way we do with 860-some students. So if you go to the next slide, please. This exists basically with the staff that we have now and the field space we have now and the gym space we have now. This is unique to Carmel, just like at each school, it's very unique how they run practices and why they run practices. Do you have a question?
I have just a comment to make to add to this. Take a look at the time right there, 7:30. Take a look outside. That's 25 minutes ago. You had the slide before this. You had 96 people and you had 54 people. We're splitting those times. And they were outside. As of 25 minutes ago, they got out.
I'm sorry, what is
Yeah, so basically football and field hockey are the outdoor sports
correct.
that need to share a
they're
space.
sharing- they're
Cross
sharing.
country comes in and out. They may use Paul Corona, they may use here, they may use the track, they may use the neighborhoods, they may do all that stuff. So they can kind of work around the other ones. Football and field hockey in the fall have to share. Based on coaches' schedules, which is huge, it's not just, we can't really just tell someone what time to be there. A lot of it depends on when the coaches can be there. Coach Hansen, since she's working in sports medicine, she's requiring it more of like a 5 o'clock time slot. And as a football coach, like we have a lot of kids that are Big Sur and Kashawa that ride the late bus. So we don't take the late slot ever. We just modify our practice and practice on the outfield at the baseball, which isn't, other programs would complain they had to do that, but we'd rather have those kids engaged and them have an option. So we just do that when field hockey has a game. In years past, when Coach Hansen or another coach didn't have that job, we just split the field as far as like how many days a week. So they'd have certain days at the early time. We would go to the baseball field at the early time. And when we had the early time on the field, they would take the late time on the field. It's a little more field specific playing on the turf than it is for someone on top of the turf running around only exclusively. So, yes, based on our work schedules, that's what it is right now. Our practice schedule, because of darkness and without lights, is very like horizontal. It's not vertical in if you looked at a map or a calendar in one space. So that's kind of the fall season. And we deal with the light as we get out of September and into October. So we're starting to deal with it more and more and more. And whoever has the later time slot has less and less practice each time. And it really cuts in a doubleheader for field hockey. They play the second game at 4:45. So they run up against light issues, and then that impacts winter season. If you notice, 3:30 to 5, that's it. And that's space between up here and CMS. So you have to factor in there's time involved for our students to get down to CMS on the bus in order to get soccer practice, those that are down there. And it gets late at 5 o'clock. It's dark, so a lot of them don't practice for much more than an hour. Just the way it is now. This has nothing to do with, this is just what our calendar is now. And then in the spring is where we have a lot more light and a lot more teams on the field. COVID did a really good thing for us as far as practice usage since we consolidated everyone at the high school. A lot of coaches learned they didn't need to always have to be out there for 2 hours and 2.5 hours, and they didn't always have to be out there for 6 days a week, and they learned how to adjust. And they also realized, hey, if we just take a little bit less time, a little bit less days, we can actually all be here. And so that's kind of the model we went to last year, and we avoided being at Carmel Valley High School, and we sparingly used the middle school for lacrosse and track and field. And lacrosse, we have 4 teams in track and field. So, and track and field's a little bit limited on where else they can go because of the specific field events that they have to do. There's a modified shot area here, but they kind of work around that. And it's also tough with sports where they're throwing the ball around. That's like a hard ball rolling on the track when you're trying to run. You see it at other schools. I don't think it's a good model to be sharing the space like that because I don't think it's a very safe thing when you're not paying attention. There's a ball rolling around. So that's kind of what exists for us right now. And, you know, if you look at the indoor seasons, we have those time slots for the gym. In volleyball, it's not too bad in the fall because we have 3 total teams. They just divide it up. In the spring, we have 2 volleyball teams. They divide it up. In the winter, we have 5 basketball teams for 1 gym. But that's a conversation, you know, as long as I've been here, gym space is limited. So we use the high school, and we try to get them out of there by late 30. It's not ideal. It impacts kids that don't live around here. Many lower level kids that, you know, don't drive, don't play basketball. Because usually as a 9th grader, sometimes you get a later time slot based on availability of your coaches, because most of those coaches are off campus. So that's already an issue for them. And then we use CMS whenever CMS is done. A lot of times that's basically 6:30 to 8:30. So we're already dealing with like late times the way we're going right now. And that's kind of like our situation right now. And that it's hard for me to say that that's going to be accurate every year because that depends on who our coaches are and what their availability is. So I can't just tell you 9th grade will practice late and varsity will practice early. That's not really how we do it. Right now in basketball, we have 2 of our coaches are on campus. They kind of rotate between the earlier times because they're already there. And then also they do a good job of trying to mix up a later time because their kids can drive and come back. None of that stuff's ideal. I mean, in a perfect world, everybody would practice right when school was over and go home. So, but that's not reality anywhere, especially not reality here. So our coaches and our staff do the best they can to make this work. Probably not a perfect model, but we believe it's the best that we can do with space and time that we have.
So I think as we kind of have these conversations in regards to any sort of adjustment in start and end times at the high school, from a club perspective, a late start has little or no impact on the club, since most of those organizations are working during the school day, lunch or during immediately after school. You don't see a huge impact in the club conversation. One of the questions, again, that was asked quite a bit in the spring was, what is the feasibility about starting practices during 7th period, during the last class of the day? Well, given that 50% of our students are athletes, it would have a huge impact on the schedule. And I don't want to get into the minutia of a master schedule, but if I put 57% of the school in one class, essentially, it forces everything else to get that much bigger. So now you have these massive inequities in class size, where a 1st period class may have 36 kids in it because half of them are athletes, and a 7th period class may have 10 because they're not. And so that's kind of the Reader's Digest version of that. Obviously, and it goes without saying, I think Golden says it, later practice windows require lights. We lose practice time. Comparatively speaking to other schools, right now we're cutting field hockey practice. So field hockey is engaged in first place with Hollister. Hollister is able to run 2 hours of practice. We're able to run an hour. It's going to show up on the field, right, with that lack of practice time, because you're losing, as it says here, reduction in practice windows means less time to warm up, less time to cool down. How quickly can I get you on the field? How quickly can I get you active? Which means we're not properly warming kids up. We're not properly cooling them down. That 6,000 injury number is aggressive, and it could be more theoretically if you're not doing the outside work of the practice. Obviously, programs that practice off-site cannot take advantage of the sports med staff. If you're a lower level soccer player, you get hurt, we can't get a trainer to you, because they're here. So we've got to have Matt on a radio to drive down here to take care of them. So the goal is to get as much of our practice material on campus so that way we can offer those support services. There's been a lot of conversation about what about game times, like the actual games. PCAL, which is the organization that governs our league, has not had a standardized game time conversation because we are a mixture of private and public schools. So there isn't a uniform, everybody will start at time. What is being discussed more and more is the idea of how do we maybe take advantage of tournaments or jamboree style events in the preseason to limit the amount of travel in non-league, where sometimes you have to travel, depending on the sport. Water polo is a great example of this. Competitive water polo, you've got to travel to San Jose, you've got to travel significantly north to get into competitive water polo, because in our local area there are only a couple teams in our competition bracket. That's a long drive in traffic on a Tuesday. So can we go to more tournament or even in the potential of hosting? If we have facility upgrades like lights, like better pool facilities, we may be in a position where we can host more of those things and bring the competition to us rather than having to travel, which reduces the time that we're putting kids on a bus because that's lost time. But as of right now, there isn't a hard and fast. PCAL has said we're going to go to this start time or that start time. For most of our sports, a start time is for an outdoor event is somewhere between 3:30 and 4. Any sort of late start adjustment probably would have some impact, but not to the point where you would see kids missing class for a home game. That's kind of a stopping point for us in any conversation. So that's the fastest I can do that conversation, but I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
One thing to add
Oh, sorry.
One thing to add on the game times. There's schools already dealing with this right now, that are impacted by home and away games because of the start times. So in some sports, it's at 3:30 right now. So for the schools that are getting out at 3:30, that's a lot different conversation than when they were getting out at 2:45 as far as missing for a home game. And then if you compound that with going to an away game in the same week, you're going to be missing even more time. And as you know, geographically, our league that we're not really a big fan of, it goes from King City to Hollister and in some sports to Scotts Valley. So that adds into, we're not really playing very regional games.
I have
Thank
a couple
you.
questions. I'm sorry.
No,
And
go-
the last
no,
point
go ahead.
last point I would add on the kind of the game conversation is that if the games remain where they are, it actually is advantageous to us because it does, a later start actually has the one advantage it would have is that those athletes, as they come back home, would have the time to cool down before they go to sleep, right? You've played a hard game, you've gotten on a bus, you had a big win, adrenaline is up, not trying to go home and immediately get down because you got to get back up and get to school. That's definitely something to consider. And the last point is that a lot of this stuff that kind of sprinkled in all this is there's a referee shortage going on. And so the real kind of conversation about spreading out games is happening. So game times, I think the world that we're all used to in athletics where, Friday night football is Friday night football or Saturday, there are Thursday night games now because of athletic shortages. There will come times where PCAL will dictate to us, you have to play a game on a Thursday, on a Saturday, based on referees. So I think the whole notion of, all football will go to Friday night is not a hard and fast rule because particularly in football, it's very hard to find crews right now. It's hard to be an official. So anyway, sorry. I'm happy to take whatever questions you might have.
Yeah, let's go for it. This is information only this evening, so just fire away. Tess, I know you had a question. Thank you, Golden and John, for that presentation. Super helpful. Thank you.
So it seems whether we implement late start or not, we're still impacted by the schools that have implemented late start, right? So
Yes.
that puts our game times later regardless of our schedule.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure the game is less the issue for me than the practice on the
Okay.
in the conversation because we're living that now.
So my other question, and I don't know if this is a you question or where do band and dance and cheer fall in to this as well? Because obviously they're going to events, band is playing at events, they're practicing. Where do they practice, and are they included in the sports numbers? The cheer.
They are
and
not.
Dance.
They are separate.
Cheer
They are
is
separate
not?
numbers. None of the so cheer is not a recognized CIF sport. So when we submit our official numbers, cheer is not part of that. There is competitive cheer, but our cheer program has opted not to go that direction. Cheer practices after school. They use the dance room as an available space, or sometimes they'll be out in the amphitheater area. Our squad is relatively small, so they don't require a huge footprint. If that were to grow, then we decided to go a different direction with competitive cheer, we would have to readjust, and they would probably need practice space. Band practices during the day in class, so that's absorbed there. But they do perform at football games, and that's about a 40-piece program. And then the third one you asked was about dance. Is that the one you asked about? So the dance team is a relatively new phenomenon. The last couple of years, that group has formed, and they are also kind of embedded in the dance program. So they tend to practice during their class period.
But they also perform at games.
They do perform at games, and the dance team is numbering at about 10 right now.
I have a question about buses. Are we using our buses? Are we having to hire buses to transport these kids around? What is this going to do for, buses that are now headed out to the, hinterlands that we have? How are we going to, make that work? Especially since heading out to Scotts Valley is direct opposite from where, they'd be heading.
Right. Right now, it's a mixture of both. We use school buses as our first line of transportation, and then if a school bus can't fulfill that, we will move to a charter. And for the longer trips, we will charter because it's just a better experience, a more reliable experience that we don't want to take away from the other needs of the regular school bus. The challenge, and I think that Dan Paul mentioned this in his presentation a couple months back, is that a driver can only drive for so many hours before they have to be relieved. So oftentimes what we find is that we split. One bus driver will drop the team off and another bus driver will come and pick the team up, especially if it's going to be a longer evening event where you have multiple teams playing back-to-back, say basketball, where you've got 3 teams that play back-to-back-to-back. But there is a mixture of both charter and school bus.
And so also when you're putting your dance team in with your cheer and your football squad to go out, are you needing more buses now that your other, ancillary programs are, getting larger?
I think it depends on the size of the program. So cheer right now can actually fit in a van because of the size of the team. And some of our in the non-league seasons, even some of our teams will transport via vans. So tournaments, for example, basketball, when they do tournaments, they'll do 2 vans because then they can drive themselves and have a little more control over their release and their return time. If those programs grow beyond the capacity of, then we usually would either put them in with the team if we can, or they would travel. In some cases, they'll travel on a bus, or in some cases, they may travel on their own accord to get there. And that's oftentimes based on what the team agrees to, and we'll do the formal releases for all of that stuff. But right now, dance is not traveling at all. They are only working at home games, and cheer is only going to select games within a closer area. As an example, Friday night they didn't go to Scotts Valley, partially because it was off a break, but also because of the distance. They chose not to go, and we supported that.
So is cheer just sticking to football these days?
Football and basketball.
Football and basketball.
And I want to say they do attend. I think they select a couple of. They try to go to every sport at least once to offer support. Again, a lot of that is based on their situation, right? Their academic needs as a collection. When a team is that small, you lose 1 or 2, you're no longer a cheer squad. You're a cheer duo. And they're loud and they're spirited, but they're not. It doesn't have the same effect. But basketball and football home games are a given.
Yeah, I'm curious about the sports med piece. So is that program available after school at the high school 5 days a week?
Yes. So what we've done.
Let me just ask the question.
Sorry.
That answered that one. But what about high impact sports that are not played on the campus necessarily for practice, like lacrosse or things like that? Have they been moved to the campus, Golden, for that particular reason, or not? Are they still off campus, practice-wise?
Since the COVID year when we required everyone to be on campus just because of the check-in procedures that we had. Like I said earlier, they've adopted that model. Last year they were all on campus. I know our sports med, we have Mr. Boric goes to the majority of basically all home games and many of the away games that are somewhat local because of the added risk. Obviously they go to all home and away football because of the impact as well. He was working the water polo game the other night. So yeah, they're there till basically 6 o'clock at a minimum in the training room, and on some nights, and on the basketball nights and volleyball nights, they're covering that as well.
That kind of answers it.
And our ad this year, we in the years past, Cass Hansen has been a 17-hour-a-week employee. This year, we made her a 6.5 hours, 6.75 hour a day. So to guarantee that the facility is open till 6 o'clock Monday through Friday, and that those students are also getting their practicum hours, because a lot of the kids who are in sports med are also athletes, so they've got to find time to get both in. So we're kind of double dipping the system where they'll practice and then they'll do an hour in the training room immediately right and going into sports med. So, but they're getting their course credit that way. So that was an ad this year to give Matt some more support because those numbers are what they are.
Last one. You were mentioning, I think Golden was talking about the number of athletic, sports that we sponsor being the same as like Salinas High School. I would assume that 40 clubs in a high school the size of ours is also probably going to be very similar to, I've never heard of a school with 800 kids with 40 clubs.
Yeah, it's a huge number. And I think Jack can actually probably speak to this better than I have because he has to sign every one of those the variety of clubs, the types of organizations, the types of things that we're seeing create are everything from advocacy and social movements to the anime and the crochet club. So you got it all, right?
It's really there.
And that's kind of the idea of creating a home for every kid on campus.
And to that point, is there any way to kind of keep an eye on the kids that don't do any of that?
So one of the changes that we made this year, not to dive too far off of this, was we moved our club fair up to the first week of school. So we're not waiting for the kids to wander the campus for 3 or 4 weeks, in particular the freshmen. So that way, Link Crew actually has the list with them the first day of school. We know which clubs are up and running, and they're able to join within the first 4 days. And the clubs have their first meetings within the second week of school. So kids are getting hooked in quickly because the Link Crew program is still active during the first semester. So they're really pushing the idea of trying things out, trying homes, And this year, during the Club Rush, the Link Crew students were responsible for collecting their freshmen and walking them around to the different clubs in groups of 10, and that really took a lot of the anxiety about signing off on that piece of paper. And if you haven't had a chance to see the club fair, nothing quite like that day on campus. It's just this kind of mad dash of people volunteering for things. It's pretty cool, actually. So yeah, that was a huge shift for us, and I think it really helped us a lot getting kids right in the system right away as opposed to waiting.
Yeah,
That was
that's
Aubrey.
good
That was
answer.
all Aubrey, so
I appreciate that.
More questions for Golden and John?
Yeah, I just had one. Are you done, Carl? Oh, I just had one question, but also wanted to say, as a mother of a freshman, I can definitely say that having the clubs available within the first couple weeks was fantastic. So thanks for making that change. So with the impacts that you're outlining here for athletics, are you making the assumption, or are we making the assumption that the schedule is shifting by an hour?
I'm not making any suppositions on that
Okay,
right now.
so this is regardless of, like, if we're able to, I know you're very good at this, John, of being creative with scheduling, and say we're talking about school getting out at 3:15, would these impacts still apply?
I think the light one happens no matter what. I think that we're dealing with that, to Anne Marie's point, today, right? Field hockey has 2 weeks left of practice plus playoffs and a potentially long playoff run. They just lost 40 minutes of practice time at probably the most critical time that they could need it, because we can't extend practice beyond, because that's unsafe.
But that would potentially be rectified if we had lights.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's a thing now.
Right.
These other ones, as far as impacts, it's hard to say until we would know kind of where things land as far as start and end times. That would be an issue, depending on. So I don't want to make a supposition about what kind of impact it would have until we had a better feel for what the actual schedule would look like.
Yeah, but and so I see what you're saying, but I just want to clarify that we have not. I mean, if we're talking about a change in like 15 minutes, and I don't know if that is feasible, I have no idea.
Right.
But if we're talking about a change in 15 minutes, the implications may not be as great as they could be if you're talking about an hour shift in the end time.
I will defer.
No, I think the problem is when most of these impacts we're already feeling, they're going to be made. So right now, if field hockey's only getting an hour, even if we shift back 15 minutes, now they're only going to get 45. If you shift back 30 minutes, they're going to get 30. And so whether it's 15 minutes, 30, 45, the longer you move it, I think the more impactful they're going to be.
Yeah. I think I'm going to be the guy who says it, right? That is prohibitive to anything we're even doing now. Like, I think that's a separate conversation in my mind, that the late conversation is a conversation that is impacting us today, right? Play soccer in December here and hope you don't come out of there without a concussion, unless your head's on a swivel. I mean, the girls and boys who play soccer here are much better at than I am, but I've stood on the track and got hit by a ball because I wasn't paying attention and it was dark. So yeah, I mean, that's now. Some of this other stuff, obviously time has impact, but these are real things that we're dealing with today.
Yeah, it's interesting that when we advocate athletics at the level that we do, which is really high for a small high school, the case for having a facility that is capable of making that work and not doing it is kind of, I think, honestly, it's not a paid political announcement here, but it's not exactly what taxpayers' money should be doing, is having that thing dormant at any point where it could be in use and keeping kids on campus. That's kind of, you can't have that kind of involvement with students and not be able to accommodate them in terms of safety and practice time, unless you want to just not have that level of competition. But over the years, it's always been around the 50% level or better.
I mean, I just wanted to add a point to this, that a lot of the students here that are using their athletics as a means to either get a group of people that they know at the next level, whether it is at, community college or it is at a four-year school, they're going to be using those sports levels, those teams, as their starting group. So when they're going into, say, large university that's got 20,000 people, they're going to have an instant group of friends. It also helps them to get into college. They get scholarships, yada, yada. So the better off they are, the more, oomph they're getting as they're starting off their next step and, beyond high school.
Well, I think I want to highlight what the parent said a couple hours ago about the impact that coaches have on students, right? That 57% number, that's 57% of our students who are getting additional instruction from a very different perspective, and they're getting those life lessons, they're getting those team experiences, those individual experiences, learning how to have that determination, that drive, but also that support and that care. This is far and away the largest extracurricular program we have on campus, and it has an impact. It has a real impact on the culture of our campus. It creates homes and it creates spaces for kids to feel like they're part of something bigger than they would be if they were not part of that. To reduce that down to only varsity level programs takes away those and for those of us that have had kids who, my son is in drama, that is his home, that's a huge component of his day, and he knows that that's going to be an add to his day, and he prepares accordingly. But if you have a student who's starting in the lower level programs who, and Coach Anderson can echo this, I think some of our kids, this is the first time they've ever played that sport. So those lower level programs are imperative to the growth of those students. They may never play varsity, but they're getting that experience. And I think that's why this is so important. And I think these types of things we've got to figure out regardless of where we go with the schedule.
Yeah, I think her comment about being a mom and having a coach as a model, we do have our share of single parent families in this district. We really do. We always have. So when you look at the opportunities for those kids to either bond with female coach, male coach, whatever, it's pretty big. It really is.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Great job. All right. Moving along to agenda item 3G. These are the potential staffing considerations and negotiations related to late start options. And again, this one is just information only tonight for the board, much like the last presentation.
Absolutely. All right. See if I can keep you guys engaged here in terms of my presentation. So one of the things that I was tasked with was bringing you some information about where are the impacts that we would see potentially if we were to consider a change in schedule, whether that was a shift, a flip, however you wanted to take a look at those, but where would we see those challenges? So if you can go to the next slide for me. Am I able to switch those, Pancha? Okay, thank you. So one of the areas is transportation. It's actually probably the largest area that you're going to see an impact in, and if you go out and do any research yourself, you're going to see information filtered through that. One of the things I'd like to say at the very beginning is drivers equal buses. So you can tell me you want to add more drivers, also need to think I need to add more buses because they have to drive something. So, and there are some challenges in both of those capacities. Transportation, staggered start times have been used by some districts, and you might find some of those districts in terms of your information. To reduce the number of drivers needed, they've used staggered schedules. I just want to make sure or caution you, this is in conversations with obviously individuals like Dan Paul himself. They're likely not an option for our district because of the size of our district, because of where students are located and where our campuses are located. Staggered schedules are not likely an option, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Also, if start times are pushed back uniformly, it could result in a change in the number of drivers needed based on after-school activity times and child care and supervision. That's really where you're going to see a huge intersection in terms of any research you do out there of districts or schools that have gone through this change already. They might have shifted something. Maybe they saw a reduction in drivers, but they saw an increase in terms of supervision needs. So their staffing, they didn't necessarily save money. It just shifted to different places. In some cases, depending on the model, it actually increased in both cases. So those are kinds of things to be aware of. If they're switched, meaning I take our secondary schools and I flip them later and I put our elementary schools earlier, it might result in an increase in drivers needed due to an increase in district-provided childcare. You have to think about the impact of where those younger students are or what supervision they might need at what times of the day, and they may not necessarily be able to get that at home, and so we might be the place where that's provided, and that means a longer day that our drivers are still necessary. And based on when everybody's going home, you might actually need more drivers as a result of some of those changes, so just be aware of that. Also, and this was mentioned, I was glad you asked the question, it was a great question. If times are pushed back by the secondary level and those start times for athletics or activities aren't pushed back, they remain at the same time, you're going to have some level of overlap in terms of the transportation needs, home to school transportation versus athletic transportation, and something will have to give. So you're either going to have fewer routes offered because drivers can't be in two places, or athletics and activities transportation is going to be reduced, one of the two. And I'll get to the reason why I say you're probably going to come to push to shove on one of those two is because some information I have on a following slide. Before and after school care, this is an area where a lot of districts have actually had to put additional resources as they've made this change, if you've done any research out there. If their scheduled start times are pushed back uniformly, it might require a shift of staff time from the morning to the afternoon, or it could result in an additional staffing time. I know in conversations with our principals, one said that depending on where your lunch time and your break times or recess times are, the current schedules or the current staffing that we have for coverage of classrooms and recess supervision might not be sufficient. We might actually need more depending on where those things fall, so we have to be mindful of that. If start times are switched, it might result in the need for increased child care or supervision. That's meaning taking the secondary and moving it back and primary forward, because of childcare that might have been provided by an older sibling is no longer available. And so we'll have individuals who will need childcare somewhere, and that might fall on us as a district as a result of that. I also asked Laura, and I thank her for her information. I know she was here earlier. The current programs provide services to the following numbers of students. I thought it was important for you as a board to know how many students we provide current supervision. Before school, 66 kinder hour, meaning that hour in between the morning AM and PM is 70, and after school is 140. Also, reminder, if I have to have more supervision, we also have to have the facilities to do that, and it may or may not be be possible depending on what our facilities are being used for at those given times. If school's in session and I need supervision, I may not have supervision in the locations I need, or I might have the space to do the supervision I need, so be mindful of that. Other staffing areas, child nutrition services might also be impacted. You may be aware that we have a central kitchen and that meals go out from that central kitchen, and depending upon start and end times could impact the capacity of that particular kitchen to get meals out to campuses, meaning that we might need additional staff in order to accomplish the same thing depending on how those times overlap. We also have requirements that are set by law in regards to when a start time happens and when lunch can be served and when break time can be served, all of those things. And with our current recommendations, one of the things you're hearing from me is a lot of classified staff impact in terms of increases or decreases potentially. Our certificated, we don't anticipate, and we haven't seen the research bear fruit that there's a lot of increases in terms of certificated staffing, but we don't know until we know. So that would be something we would have to determine at the time in which a decision was made if there was a change. Shifting school start times back uniformly runs the potential risk of our staff. I would be remiss in not telling you that some of our staff members have more than one job, and not all of those positions are with Carmel Unified School District. And so by making a shift, you do run the risk of a staff member having to make a choice, and it might not be Carmel Unified, depending on what they do here and what they do in their other job. So that could put us in a position in which we actually have fewer staff than we need. And the labor market's really complex right now. I gave one example here. This is the one that is probably most prevalent in my world when I hear, just add bus routes, just add bus drivers. And I think, okay, which of the 1,125 vacancies that existed on August 30th was going to be the one that I was going to fill? The job market out there is really, really hard, not just in our community, but it is very difficult for the district. We're fortunate in terms of how we compensate and how we take care of our employees. But as we push that envelope, it does make it more challenging. I know that Dan has a lot of challenges, as he's explained before, in terms of getting people trained, getting through the system of things that we don't have control over. So it's important to remember that piece. Negotiations considerations. And I'll go through quickly. I'm just going to let you know EERA, which is really, really important in my world. It's also important in your world as a board because it does impact what we do. It is the legal backdrop for all relationships between employees, employers, and unions. So it's our guide. It's the law behind what we do in terms of the negotiations process. And PERB is really that body that helps keep the law in place. And so when there's conflicts there, then they're the ones that actually provide rulings. So as you see those two terms here that I kind of told you what they are, that's really what they are. So hours of employment in the law is enumerated, meaning it's spelled out. It's something that we have an obligation to negotiate around. And over the year, PERB, that legal body, has further kind of expanded that to say is pretty much anything during the course of a workday is a negotiable item. And both our contracts were reviewed, and there wasn't specific language in the contracts that outlined what we had to do in instances of schedule changes. But in that absence, we would look to something called past practice, and we would have to look at that. And in the absence of any clarity there, we have to negotiate. So the reality is if you have the rules, you have to negotiate. If you don't have the rules, you have to negotiate. There's always something we have to talk about. So moving quickly, in our situation, if we were to make a change and we had to notify our unions that we were going to start school at certain campuses, let's say, for example, a half hour later, that actually triggers us to negotiate or a reason that we would actually have to jump into that process. We would need to notify the unions of needing to make that change, the date in which we would need to make that change, and then we would have to give them an opportunity to go ahead and let us know what they felt the impacts were to the employees that they represented, and then sit down collectively to go ahead and figure out if we could find a mutually agreed upon solution. And that's really what our obligation would be in this process. I just made it quick and short. I'm going to jump to the last one here. We use what's called an IBB process, which is interest-based bargaining, which means we collectively sit down at a table and we actually try and express what our interests are and see if we can't find solutions that meet all of our interests in terms of moving forward. And we've done that pretty successfully. We also know that it takes time. So any decision that's made has to give us enough time to go ahead and sit down with our collective bargaining group and to be able to see if we can work through those challenges. Okay.
Thank you, Craig. That was thorough and a lot of really great information. I guess I'll just go down the line. Seabury, do you have any questions or comments for Craig?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. That was really helpful. I was wondering, I know that there's going to be a survey coming out that's going to parents and staff soon. Is a summary of the athletics impact and the staffing impacts going to be provided for parents before they fill out that survey?
Trying to think of the best way to answer this. No, because when we did that the first time, there were a lot of comments that we were leading people towards the answer. So that's why we went out and got Hanover, the nationwide company, to help us with that. So there's not a lot of that kind of information in there. we give the survey, we take that data, they then decide if there's a need to come back and do small focus groups or things like that. But no, that idea of we want you to be an informed consumer before you answer these questions, because it's not whether or not people want it or not, right? It's, are you willing to accept the trade-offs? And so we're going about it a little different way now.
Okay. But the questions are going to be provided where there's enough information for person that's filling out the survey to make an educated decision on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know, like grids or matrices where it's like, if this is the start time, how does this affect your child's, mental state, physical state, academics? So it hits some of that. And then there's some questions about, what's the earliest start time you would be okay with? What's the latest start time you would be okay with?
Okay.
So we can get some of those ideas. It's still missing a few key components. So Jessica and myself sent some feedback back this week. We're hoping they get that fixed and we can get it out early next week.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick follow-up on that? So I'm all for not leading the witness in these types of surveys with these questions, because I feel like it does need to be in some uniform fashion, and you have to do that. But are we going to encourage people to look at these presentations that were given to us tonight, or visit the YouTube link so they can have some context going into the survey? I understand that won't be in the survey, and I'm fine with that, but I was just wondering, because I think to Seabury's point, this is a lot of information. It's a lot of really good information, and out of the respect for the time and energy that everybody put in to provide us with all these data points, I would love for others to have access to them, or for us to promote them in some way so they are somewhat informed going into taking the survey.
So we've talked a lot with Hanover about different ways to approach this, and really we're taking their lead on what they say is research-based practice and what's not. So we're really staying out of encouraging anybody to do anything, versus like even the preamble into the survey. We're like, are we sure we can't put this or that? And they're like, nope, that's not how you do it. So their experience, and again, they do this all over the country, is you get this first overarching sense of data, and then you let that tell you where to go.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. No, that's great.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Ted on that one. There's people that do this professionally, and we have to be a little careful, because we do have a history that we don't want to repeat necessarily, trying to do these things ourselves. So I think, let's just get it right.
Okay, yeah, just a couple more questions. And sorry, Craig, this is probably more appropriate for either Ted or Jessica to answer, but are there ways that we're identifying how other school districts are handling all this? I mean, how are we learning from, because we have the advantage to see other districts go through this. And so how is there a reliable way to assess, like, how are they handling this? What are they doing? And do that in a strategic way where we're collecting that information.
So yes and no. One, there's not really a lot of other great models for us to look at, right? So for example, how PG did it really tells us nothing, right? Or how John and I joke all the time when John's like, well, my last school we did it, and they have no home to school transportation. I mean, to find another district that has kids on the bus for an hour is really difficult. So what Hanover did is they created that white paper that we shared with the board and the community that said, here's 3 other districts across the country who are about as similar as we can get, and what they were able to do. So that was the very first thing we had them do, is say, look out there and see, has anyone else similar to us been able to do this? And even the ones that they found that weren't that similar.
Okay.
There's just, and again, this is what we've talked about for almost a year now, right? We have every variable you can have,
Right.
Which is why we're exempt. So I mean, are we hearing feedback from parents, from teachers, from other folks about how this is impacting them? Yes. I don't know that it tells us how to do it. It tells us some of the things I think we've got to be leery of. Like, we're hearing all the things that we worried about last spring. Parents not knowing, how to get their kids to school. Employers not being flexible with parents when things shift. Kids still not getting any more sleep. So, I mean, we're hearing all the things that I think people are unhappy with, which I think was to be anticipated. Like we talked about, this is why pretty much every group out there, every union group, CSBA, you name it, was against this bill, because this is something very difficult, I think, to dictate from Sacramento. Right? Local control is really important in decisions like this. And so we're not hearing the positives out there right now from educators, because most of us didn't want this law to happen. We might have as a parent, but not as a professional. So all we're hearing is, or all I'm hearing is, the frustrations, and those don't help us figure out how to do it.
Right. And that actually kind of leads to my last question, which might be more appropriate for Craig, is at some point, will we hear from CSEA and ACT about their position on late start?
I know that I've actually shared my presentation with them just to make sure that they understood what I was going to be covering. I think they've brought up some of the concerns in terms of individuals who have two jobs, as an example, and what impact that will have on those individuals and their ability to provide for their families. I mean, those are real issues. I think the other part is they do their concerns that I've heard are those that by moving the day doesn't necessarily mean a child will get more sleep. How are we going to do that aspect and make sure that children get more sleep if that's really what our intent is? And I think they're leery that won't necessarily happen at times.
Is there a potential to have like a actual statement from CSEA and ACT?
You'd have to ask those two groups.
I think right now, though, our best feedback from our employees is in that late start committee that we're doing, because we're wrestling over all of those questions every other week and trying to figure out what can we do and how do we do it. And so I think there's a lot of beliefs, and it's like anything else. There are opinions all over the board. But in terms of I would not personally put our unions in that position and ask them to do that. I don't think that's their responsibility. I think that's mine and your guys's.
But I think it would be helpful just to hear their opinions. And so if there are areas where they do have the opportunity to contribute to that discussion, as a board member, I would just like to know, like, oh, that's an interesting point of view, and know that it came from either an ACT or a CSEA representative.
Well, and there's the committee is filled with representatives from all three, right? Leadership, CSEA, and ACT.
So will we at some point get a presentation out of that committee of what's been discussed and what the outcomes of the discussions may or may not have yielded? Will that come at some point?
Yeah, so we're still on track to do that. Remember, we talked about December board meeting is when we'll bring forward our recommendation. And so we're learning a lot of what we can't do, right? And whittling down, trying to figure out what we can do. And so, yeah, we're still on track to bring something by December. John's been doing a lot of good work on the side. He's partnered with Ryan at the elementary to look at some things. So we've got kind of some ad hoc subcommittee groups that are doing some work.
Could we get maybe in the next, like in the November meeting, could we get a quick overview of just like what you said of what the committee is actually doing? Because I think that's something that we don't have any visibility into, or maybe it's a memo or something, but just it'd be nice to know what that committee is doing between now and the December meeting.
Yeah, let me get a memo together.
Okay. Are there any more comments or questions for Craig? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. That ends our action, discussion, and information portion of the meeting. We are going to adjourn into closed session, where we will discuss agenda item A, which is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code 54956.9, subdivision D1. This is an Office of Administration hearing, case number 20220700678. Also, Office of Administration hearing, case number 20220608843. And lastly, the Monterey County Superior Court case number 21CV001512. This is Jonathan Ferrara versus Carmel Unified School District. And then also we have the standing agenda item for closed session, which is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957 in regards to the superintendent. So with that, I will close the meeting for now. We'll reconvene after closed, but thank you all so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. And thank you for all the great presentations.
John, do you have any more?
Welcome back to the Board of Education meeting. Coming out of closed session, the board took the following action. Agenda item 4A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code 54956.9, subdivision D1. Monterey Superior Court case number 21 CV001512, Jonathan Ferrara versus Carmel Unified School District. The board took action to authorize a settlement of up to $7,500 and gave authority to the superintendent or his designee to sign such an agreement. And this was done by unanimous vote. Thank you. Have a great evening.